Es ist kurz vor Tag der deutschen Industrie hier in der Verti Music Hall.
Just before the Day of German Industry, we are in Verti Music Hall and we have a lot in front of us. We have 60 people speaking to us from business, from academia, and the ones who really have the say in Germany up to the Chancellor. And the Minister of Economic Affairs is coming. After all, there are lots of questions still unanswered about German industry in these days. The turning point has started. The actual event starts at 5, but from 3 o'clock we have live talks with the first discussions, panels on digitization or security policy. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Webtalk Geopolitik im All. Was ist die militärische Dimension des Weltraums? Politico hat vor wenigen Tagen geschrieben, von Artillerieschlägen, der Steuerung von Waffen und Aufklärung bis hin zu Zoom-Calls mit Staats- und Regierungschefs. Die Nutzung von satellitengestützten Systemen und insbesondere Starlink von Elon Musk ist zu einer entscheidenden Lebensader der Ukraine im Kampf gegen Russland geworden. Zitat: Space satellites changed the war on the ground. Der russische Angriffs- und Vernichtungskrieg auf die Ukraine ist eine Zeitenwende. Auch für die Raumfahrt und für die Dimension All. Denn Europa hat sich in der Raumfahrt
in space, as in many other strategic areas, Europe has become dependent on Russia. Last year, more Russian Soyuz rockets have been started with the European flag than original European rockets. After the end of space cooperation with Russia, Europe has temporarily lost its access to space. And this means in the short and medium term, no further European satellites with European rockets can be started. And this geopolitical implication of the dimension space is what we're going to discuss today. And I'm truly looking forward to having Sintje Möller with me, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State with the Ministry of Defense, and Sabine von der Recke, Member of the Board at the OHB Technology and Space Company, and Dr. Annemarie Agnes Stark-Zingermann, who is the Chair of the Defense Committee of the German Parliament. I am Matthias Wachter, and I'm the Managing Director of the German New Space Initiative. Ms. Stark-Zingermann, in a digitally networked and connected society and high-tech armed forces, Germany is very much dependent on the space-based infrastructure. Particularly the German armed forces, the Bundeswehr, relies on the total access and availability of satellite, i.e. space-based products and services. Without a satellite, even today, none of our deployments abroad could even be imagined. If tomorrow a Bundeswehr satellite would be hacked, interfered with, or even shot down, we could not react. Does it make you nervous? Well, first of all, many thanks for inviting me to be here. I'm very happy that I'm able to join you, and best wishes from Düsseldorf. You want to know whether it makes me nervous? There are lots of things that make me nervous when I'm thinking of the German armed forces, because what's been missed in recent decades is a lot, including the subject you just talked about. But even though I don't want to put this down, but about 95% of all information is still via the cables buried under the seabed. And even though that's not the subject today, that deserves a closer look to see how much at risk this type of communication is. So as I said, there's lots of stuff that makes me nervous, but I think we shouldn't be nervous. Instead, the tragedy which is currently happening in Ukraine is something we should use as a reality we are confronted with without putting this down. But we should be clear about where our weaknesses resources are, once we define them, deal with them as soon as possible. And by the way, I got my PhD thesis in the 1980s working about Ronald Reagan at a particular phase in his presidency. And he was the one president of the United States who actually talked about space security. And everybody thought, oh, Ronald Reagan, third-class Hollywood actor talking of Star Wars. Nobody took that seriously. But back in the 1980s, he pointed out that space would play a major role, and that in the future we would look more closely at this then fourth dimension. And today, because of the cyber attacks we are dealing with, it's the fifth large dimension that we urgently need to look at. Thank you. Madam Secretary, the use of the 100 million special asset funds exclusively for the German armed forces, definitely good news. How does the ministry want to invest this money now, fast, sensibly, and above all, how do you want to support new technology, new capabilities with these funds? First of all, I would like to thank all the colleagues in the German Parliament for supporting this historic endeavor, for making it possible that the needs which have already been talked about from the individual branches and arms of the service is going to be made available with these 100 billion. And in the two houses of the German Parliament, the special asset funds and the change of the constitution, which was necessary to pass it, has all been put into gear. That's a big step, a historic step, if I may put it like this. For us as the Ministry of Defense, it means a lot of work, but for many years, the so-called peace dividend has meant that in terms of equipment, in terms of material, in terms of people, we've paid the dividend in a different way. And now we have the money in agreement with the different political parties, and we now have to look at which projects are really important, which come from the different services. And obviously this includes more traditional things like new material, whether it's by land, by air, or on the ground. But it also means things like leadership capabilities or enabling of satellites and digital communication. These are all matters which have been agreed on. And these are very important because there are a definite focus and because they're important because of the military capabilities are concerned of the German armed forces. And our job is to defend the country if necessary. And in future, we'll be able to do this in a more targeted and more efficient way. That's a big step. You also asked how we would do this in the future. I think that we have a procurement organization which has shown that it's very, very efficient. That is the Federal Office, Bundeswehr Equipment Information Technology and In-Service Support. A few weeks ago, the German Armed Forces said that there is a special ordinance of the below-threshold ordinance, which is an odd word, but it basically means that orders which exceeded 2,000 or 3,000 euros, depending on the category, that limit has now been raised to 5,000 euros, and that means up to 20% of the capacity of the BAAI and BW can be kept for other jobs. And quite often that there have been delays as a result of the issues, and in future we want to make sure that these delays do not happen in quite this way. And also accompanying the special assets and the general rules pertaining to the German armed forces, we said we want to pass an acceleration act, which would facilitate the interplay between business, industry, politics and defense. We want to make sure that procurement and maintenance can be handled better. So if we act jointly, hopefully we can do the job with what the Parliament has made available to us, rightly made available to us, and hope we can use it to the benefit of the country and also to our alliance. Thank you. The Secretary of State has said it, jointly. In the last few years, a very dynamic new space ecosystem has emerged within Germany, with lots of new companies, but also with an increase of capabilities all across the industrial spectrum, including in the mid-sized business area. Now, we have this special assets worth 100 billion. From your point of view, what needs to be done so that the capabilities which have been generated in the civilian side, which exists, can also be used for military purposes? And what are the special capabilities which have been generated in recent years, particularly with a view to access to space? Are there any solutions from the commercial sector, from the companies, that could make a main contribution to that? Yes, we have that. First of all, space, aerospace is an area which is research-driven, typical rocket science, literally. The first steps, I mean, after all, the aerospace sector is a very young sector. It's a high-tech sector which hasn't been around for that long. And within this short time of development, we managed to leapfrog away from spacecraft looking in space to see whether there's anything relevant for Earth. And now we're looking at how can we use space to improve and facilitate and make simpler life on Earth. And these are telecommunication, Earth observation, navigation in particular. And these are all matters which have been thought of as a dual-use effort from the very beginning, because apart from the science which space was supposed to provide, there's always been a military consideration as well. But particularly the programs which are in the European program, like Copernicus and Galileo, which are spearheaded by the European Commission. In Europe, there's always been a problem to say, well, we are looking at dual use from the very beginning. No, they always kept it more on the civilian side. But now we are beginning to notice that, particularly in the case of Galileo, the possible applications of military use, as well as disaster relief and civil protection, are more relevant, because to know where you are, that's what satellite navigation is all about. Like, where are you? How do I navigate my way from where I am to where I want to be? And obviously, that's not exactly irrelevant for military purposes either. When I'm talking about space, what you always need is access to space. And there are quite a few areas where this is a problem, because as you said at the beginning, the European rockets at the moment aren't available to the extent and of a scale that we would need. On the other hand, we have a problem with the launch sites as well, because as far as that's concerned, Europe hasn't really been positioned sufficiently well and broadly based so that we can say we have fast, low-cost access to space, which is also in close proximity to Europe. That's the situation we're in at the moment. Our geopolitical situation with the Eastern European part. And we have noticed how dependent we are on that. You watch the news programs and you see the pictures of Russian troop movements, but you also see the sources of these pictures. And there are private companies making them available. That's not a bad thing. Of course, they can be used. The question we need to ask is, well, are they from private companies because they're available in the market, or are they from private companies because we don't have any other good source? So the space-based information which is available comes from the private market. We have to make it available to those who need it. That's a question I can't answer conclusively. Is there also, if I may ask you, is there also a solution when we're talking about launch sites to increase resilience, allowing faster, shorter launches? Responsive space is the buzzword. Responsive space is basically an approach where we're saying we have space-based infrastructure which may be threatened, or where there was somebody and we think it's iffy, so we have to get there like right now and look, and it's a bit too far to just look. In order to be quick on this, you have to have something available right now, and it shouldn't be all that big. It can't be the super solution either, which fits everything. It could be a smaller tool, a smaller rocket. In other words, if we downscale it, we'll be faster. And at the moment, in Europe, when it comes to the actual start of smaller rockets, we still have to go to the somewhat more removed Europe, namely French Guiana. That's why a company which is Bremen-based suggests doing this based on the North Sea, or rather as a first step, yes, North Sea, and later other waters which are closer to the European continent. And this, the idea is here that to make available the capabilities, that is very good for us in Europe. I think the problem is nobody can really do that, because such space-based infrastructure, which is in space, needs to be maintained, needs to be looked after, and there just hasn't been enough progress that there is a good and resilient system available. And in future, we have to have this capability in Europe, and in Germany, I think, is in a good position to say that we could do that here with not much effort and make these things available.
Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, this is just music to your ears, I'm sure. You know, private companies who invested in the recent years to set up new capabilities, things that would be available relatively quickly. Would that be something where Germany in Europe should go in the lead and come up with new capabilities in this field and offer them to EU and NATO partners? Are there considerations of this kind? I don't know whether there are considerations of this kind in the German Ministry of Defense. My colleague, Ms. Müller, could probably answer that question better than I can. But it is indeed the case that in private industry, the interest in developing something new, the curiosity to engage with this issue, something that is where the public sector is lagging behind, and looking at how to use this is, of course, an issue. And I think it would be very good if the public sector would access this expertise in the private sector. But this has to be sorted out, because the private sector is there to earn money, which is legitimate, which is fine. And these major contracts, or rather these two options, the public sector, you know, the ministry who would have to have the project under its auspices, would make a lot of sense to work them with the private sector. And we have to look at whether or not we can be a leading partner. It would certainly be an interesting option. And I think we need to be courageous enough to do this, to dare to do this together with the industry. And of course, we have to have clear rules of play. Thank you very much. Ms. Müller, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann has basically asked you to respond to that question. Well, I don't know if I can, but are there thoughts to go in this direction and to get more involved, more than in the past, to set something out? We've seen this in the space command of the German Armed Forces, the Bundeswehr. Are there plans? Well, I think it's important, first of all, to go away and think about how we can get a legal regulation in place of space and cyberspace, because so far we haven't got one. And the Federal Republic of Germany and the rest of the world is also pushing for there to be a rules-based structure that where everyone sticks to the rules. But as we've just heard, that's not the case. And so there are satellites up there that are hacking and disturbing other satellites. And so far, there's no legal framework for prosecuting here, which is a major challenge, because then we have to have sort of sentinel satellites to protect our satellites. It all sounds a bit science fiction, but it's actually happening out there, because space and satellite-based communication are so essential now, and not just for security communication, but also for critical infrastructure and just for our lives in general here on the planet. So there's a great deal of activity here. We're working together with our partners, with NATO and the EU. In Ramstein, we have a NATO space center. At least it's on German territorium, even though Ramstein, of course, isn't, German sovereign territory. It belongs to the US. But then we've got the Center of Excellence for Space in Toulouse. So that is in an EU framework. And perhaps it's worth referring to a point that I think wasn't focused on so much, but which is absolutely right, what Ms. van der Reck said, namely that in many points in the past that would have been strong in the past, but with the European countries, there was always being careful, the dual-use vehicles. And now we've approved the strategic compass, which has space involved. And it's the first time that the EU has talked about defense capability, defense capacities military tools and has clearly described them as this. It's the first time, so I'm very much hoping that we'll make progress in this area so that things that the private sector are researching, that we at the same time will be able to look at having a dual-use character with some of the research projects that we have, and that hopefully we can look at defense capabilities and to realize that defense capacity is good for everyone. Another example of where this works, which is something that the German Ministry of Defense has talked about as well as space, or is working on, is the cyber innovation for cyberspace. And there we have startups that we're supporting and ideas that are really breakthrough ideas, and we're funding these to get more innovation into the Bundeswehr. You know, it's private sector by structure, but it's something that we can use for the Bundeswehr as well, and there are projects that we've concluded that will be used by the German Armed Forces. So we have to look at what kind of downscaling area we're in, but this could be a template for something else as well, so that we could have more research projects here that would be helpful. Everything regarding SATCOM is set out there in terms of the needs and requirements of the Bundeswehr, that we need these things and that we can invest them above and beyond the special fund for the Bundeswehr. Sabine, do we need a space innovation hub, a cyber innovation hub, so that the dimension of space can be addressed more directly? What would you like to see in order to get into a better and faster exchange and to develop new capabilities and to have these available? You know, also calls for tender, for example. Do we need to have a change in the way we call for tender to make new technologies available to our troops? Well, first of all, I think the Cyber Innovation Hub a very good thing. I think it had a few wrinkles that need ironing out in the beginning, but I think the Cyber Innovation Hub has contributed significantly to all of the activities that take place in the Bundeswehr in this field, getting greater visibility. And I mean, to an extent, it's a contact point. This is my view. It's not my specialty, but it seems to be like a contact point for companies who might otherwise be a little bit hesitant to get involved. You know, it's a good institution, and naturally, if there's a good institution for cyber, why shouldn't there be a good institution for space? And the reason why I think that in the case of both of these dimensions, I don't want to say that they've been neglected, but I think in terms of the 5 children, these are the youngest children, and, you know, they're little babies, and they are a bit neglected, maybe. And in terms of their importance, because of the threat level that we have, they should actually be valued as much more important than they are. So, yes, in a nutshell, a space innovation hub would be good for the troops, because we can already see that in the space dimension, there are all kinds of startups and spin-offs. And there's this, you know, lots and lots of startups, lots of them in industry. In the last 3 years, the number has trebled in industry. And there are lots of ideas among them that aren't originally military, but are ones that you could use you could use in the military very well. So one idea would be something that would be helpful for both sides, would be to harness synergies and say we can learn from one another. But of course, what I'd also like to see, or something that I'm a little skeptical about, I should perhaps say, is how the planning is done. In the Bundeswehr, we have a long planning cycle, and essentially it's the case that whenever we have a new idea, or we say we developed this for another client, we think it would be useful here, and maybe we could fit it into one of the existing programs. It's always incredibly difficult for our military contact persons because they say, I'm sorry, our plans are set. The problem is that the planning cycle is so long that it can happen that when the plan was made, the technologies weren't even available yet. And the reverse is also true. If you stick to the planning cycle, the Bundeswehr, when it comes to new products, gets things that are 15 years old. And this brings me back to the way we call for tender here, that for a really modern, efficient, high-tech equipment of our troops, we need to ensure that this innovation that comes out of industry is accessed. So that means there need to be functional calls for tender, just defining technologies and whether it's offered as a service by industry. You know, I'm sure there are going to be areas, particularly in the military, where the public sector will say, no, I'm sorry, we have to carry out the procurement. We cannot make ourselves dependent on some service provided by someone else. But even then, our experience has been that you do better business, both in terms of money for the clients, but also in terms of the product that we get at the end of the day, if you are more open to say, we're not going to define it down to the very last button of how we want it all to be, but rather, particularly it's a program that runs for a long time, to leave room to say, there's some new innovation, we're going to use that. And then rolling procurement, that's something that we already notice, that it's something that the troop experiences very positively. It's also something that the provision of services may be like. Budgeteers might not like it quite so much, I get that. But the point is that if we're talking about an infrastructure measure, like for space, where we're saying we've got a program, we start the program, then we conclude the program, and then we start another program, what that means is that it may be that there's a gap between the two cycles. And this is a dimension that is not well equipped, and it can get pretty critical pretty fast. So that's why we think space would be a good role model for a kind of rolling procurement and looking at how we can call for tender differently. Because the advantage we have with space is that if you have to procure something after the fact, you don't have, you know, these huge overhead costs, personnel, and all the rest of it. Unlike, say, you know, if we buy a second or third frigate, we need to have quite a lot of people, you know. It's going to be difficult. And this is why we think that as a whole, for the modernization of procurement system, it would be good to look at how it's done in space. You know, here we have other state agencies. How do other countries do it? You wanted to say something to that. Yeah, just really briefly. I mean, before it sounds like we want to have a new innovation hub or a new agency, I just wanted to say that I think this is all true that you've described here, that, you know, if we're talking innovation, that we have to look at what we can accelerate, how, and, you know, what advantages are there in development, but how can I also get it phased into the European programs? You'll know yourself, particularly when it comes to space, there are major European programs running. And that's why I wouldn't want to set something up nationally if what we're saying is that we have major EU agencies with major research programs. So how can we structure it so that we can achieve dual-use character? And as the German Armed Forces and Germany, we can profit from this before we reinvent the wheel. So just to make sure you don't get that wrong. And then the Cyber Innovation Hub is an option where we can say how innovation can be fed into the troops, you know, and how does it work well, and what can we transfer and what can't we transfer? Because with the Cyber Innovation Hub, it's small scale, and it can help with the digitalization of troops. But if we're talking about space, we often have major European programs and established cooperation with EU member states, et cetera, et cetera. So this is why we'd have to go away and think about where can we benefit and what can be used in both and what can't. Thank you very much. Ms. Strack-Zimmermann. Functional calls for tender, rolling procurement systems. What would you say as the head of the Defense Committee about that? Well, as my colleague said, I always am thinking about things from the perspective of our soldiers. So if we want to have a more modern German Armed Forces, Ms. Müller talked about the 100 billion special fund, that we need to make sure that what Ms. van der Burg just said doesn't happen, that we don't put our money in a program on the basis of things that are obsolete, that were important 100 years ago. That's a major challenge for the armed forces and the ministry as well, that it's thinking in very different decades. But what we're seeing is that, you know, to make it specific, if you look at the annexation of the Crimea, we had cyber issues that we were focusing on. We didn't believe conventional war was even going to happen, and that's what we're experiencing. Okay, it was in the air, but we just couldn't have imagined it, and that's why we're talking to one another. Then there's the question of space. You know, the question of what's happening with satellites. that this will play such a huge role. So essentially, our procurement in the German armed forces has to be reinvented completely. And if we do that, we have to look at it, by the time it's happened, we'll all be in our graves. I mean, so that's got to be changed. And so shifting this mindset that, you can sit down with private sector companies and look at innovations that are already up and running and looking at how to implement them. I think it's a major challenge, and you need to have people who are prepared to take on this challenge. They're out there, of course they are, but they aren't in every unit. So it requires high levels of flexibility, and just having all the various threats that are approaching us on your radar. You have to have the imagination to think of all the things that might happen or all of the things that already are happening. And changing mindsets in this way is going to be a challenge facing this German government as well, to bring this into the procurement agency, into the ministries, and to say that anything can happen, and that we have to be aware of what's coming and not drag behind.
Thank you, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann. We are slowly coming to the end of our web talk. And Frau Möller, Sabine, and you, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, thank you all very much indeed for taking part in this discussion, in this exchange. I think it was a good beginning. It was a start into an issue which in the coming years and decades is going to keep us very busy, intensively busy, and it is of strategic and military relevance. Thank you very much. A very warm welcome to the panel discussion of the Agency of Business and Development. I'm Caroline Welzer. I'm a senior consultant at the Agency for Business and Development. We are supporting our companies all over the world on behalf of the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. We provide advice on promotion, funding, and contacts worldwide. And I'm very happy that you're with us today. The Paris climate targets, phasing out nuclear and expanding renewables. The energy sector for many years has been characterized by huge challenges, and now the issue of energy security is added. The war of aggression against Ukraine drives home very clearly that our energy generation and transmission is going to be facing more challenges, with both business and politics needing to master that. With Repower EU, the EU started with a huge package aimed at ensuring energy security, secure energy supply in Europe, making us less dependent on Russian oil and gas. And the German government is also working towards this objective full steam ahead. In the future, how can we ensure lasting energy supply? And that's what we're going to discuss in the next 30 minutes. I'm very happy that I have two experts on the panel with me. A very warm welcome to Mr. Holger Lösch. For many years, you have been in the management of the Federation of German Industry, BDI, whose deputy managing director you are. Warm welcome to you. Then we have Ms. Brehm, head of strategy and transmission at Siemens Energy. A warm welcome to you. And also on the panel, Mr. Wimmer, responsible in the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Energy for the issues, and I have to check my notes here, digitization and transformation of business. A very warm welcome. We are remotely linked to Dr. Kirsten Westphal, who is representing green hydrogen, an issue of the future, and she's in charge of the H2O Foundation. A warm welcome to you as well. Now, Mr. Lösch, the BDI is the voice of more than 100,000 companies in Germany. What does the current situation, the war of aggression against Ukraine, mean for the secure energy supply in Germany for business in particular? First of all, it is a tragedy for Europe that we are in this situation. After 1945, we didn't expect that. Obviously, there are manifold repercussions from that. Energy in the short term means it's a dramatic danger because we won't be able to very, very quickly and completely become totally independent of Russian deliveries. So short term, that's a dangerous situation. In the medium and long term, I think that gives us impetus for all these technologies that will make the genuine transformation happen. And the carbon-neutral system, energy system supply, and we're talking here both direct electrification and indirect electrification. And I think we have to be very careful that we get the right short-term fixes on the way. In other words, to make sure what does have to happen right now to get out of short-term energy dependency. But we also have to make sure that in the medium and long run, we have a genuine prospect for a better future. We need to put that in gear properly. And as always, it's a question of timing. We have to get the timing sorted right. Otherwise, we are running a major danger that we are losing value creation and business opportunities. But it was definitely a shift of paradigm. And for many years, we had this energy triangle, which is basically environmentally sustainable, secure, supply, and affordable. And we talked about environmentally sustainable and affordable, but not so much about security. Well, secure and affordable, Ms. Brehm, I think that's also very important for your own company, not just because Siemens Energy is sort of dealing with energy by reason of its very existence, but also because as a company you need energy. I'd like to know how you as a company are preparing for the possible situation of having to have an energy pass. And maybe also how you are dealing with the increasing costs. After all, you need to remain competitive. I would like to pick up on this shifting focus of the energy policy triangle. And it's absolutely right. The main focus now is secure supply. That is true for Siemens Energy as well. We have a global network of sort of manufacturing sites all over Europe as well. And many of these sites are not so energy intensive. And all of the less energy intensive sites have already started with the energy friendly energy strategy, which is aimed at carbon-free energy. It's a responsibility we all share, business, staff, everybody, and we're trying to work out that we make sure, for example, waste heat from industrial processes can be used, because it also helps our independence. And to diversify energy sources is another idea by using sort of neutral plants, carbon-neutral plants. So there are lots and lots of reasons why we want to do something. Regarding competitiveness, I mean, it's not just an issue for Siemens Energy. That's definitely something which is a dramatic effect of the price hike for energy and raw materials, which hits us all massively. And we have a tried and tested network from suppliers, subcontractors, clients and partners. And coping with this crisis is definitely a joint effort. We're working with price escalation forms, a formula with price indexation in order to make sure that the burden of this price hike can be shared. And that idea is also with these bridging technologies. It's very important that dealing with this crisis is definitely something which has to be done together by business, politics, society, and every single one of us. Thank you. Ms. Westphal, I would like to put the ball in your court. The future industry with green hydrogen is something that you represent. Is it possible that, for example, Siemens Energy would use green hydrogen in order to develop prospects for future energy, secure energy supply at affordable costs? Of course, I think that in the future, green hydrogen is going to play a major role in our energy system, because particularly in recent years, we've had a learning curve which taught us we need green molecules, but it won't happen in the short run. I think the solution has to take interim steps into account, which is what I find so interesting in the current crisis. It's also a challenge. We need to look at these interim steps. We are reduced to looking at them and to think how we can, as quickly as possible, get into this idea of the world of 2045 target year with various modules we've already had in our mind. And I think, yes, green molecules, green hydrogen, as well as PCX products will play a huge role in this, particularly with a view to energy supply security, because we are learning very clearly that we need to diversify, but also that we need to consider energy storage, and the complexity of the energy system needs to be taken into account too. So the lessons learned from the current situation, if I may put it bluntly, is that we need redundancies in order to make an energy system robust as well as resilient. The major challenge with hydrogen is how quickly will we be able to drive down costs for technologies, and how quickly will we be able to ramp up a market launch so that as many people as possible can use this raw material in a flexible way. And that is my last point regarding what Mrs. Brehm said. It's flexible solutions that we need for industry sites and clusters who don't have the one access to electricity, for example, who may need hydrogen as the base material, or they also use heat or other cycles. And it makes it absolutely imperative to start quickly with our regional clusters, with industry, hydrogen valleys, if you like. So flexibility and redundancies. This is what we need to have and accept. Mr. Wimmer, the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, has been looking into renewable energies for many, many years. And you have got lots of different projects all over the world on this. What about the current situation with a view to the war of aggression against Ukraine? What are the activities that you've started? What is the position of your ministry? Certainly, for a ministry dealing with development, energy supply has been a given for many, many years. A situation we're finding ourselves in now, with a shortage of energy available and that energy being more expensive, is something which is an extremely problematic situation for our partner countries, with many, many implications, because they don't usually have the wherewithal to compensate. So what we are doing very much is to, first of all, stay true to the course we've been steering for a long time. You've talked about the magical triangle, the energy triangle. When we're looking at what we are doing, it's like a three-legged chair. If you take one of the chairs away, the chair collapses. And that's what we have with fossil energies. The switch over to renewable energies is a central point here. But we need more diversification of the sources that are on offer, especially regional diversification is very important. And here we do need to cooperate with business so that we can link up to global usage. On the other hand, apart from regional diversification, we're talking about diversification of technologies, which brings us to hydrogen, for example. And for a very long time, the KfW, Bank for Reconstruction funding, has been helped us, but also we're using GIZ for technology cooperation in order to help and support our partner countries to get into business with our partners, with business in Germany. This is a long-term effort. Despite the Ukrainian matter, it's not something can be done overnight. It is a long-term issue, a strengthening of the situation. You said a moment ago that you still really focus on renewables. So fossil fuels, even in the current situation, are a no-go for the ministry? Well, the strategy is clear as can be. We've got the climate change, we've got challenges all over the world who all need resolved, and the only way of coping with all of that is to have renewables. to return to strategies of the 1950s or 1960s is definitely not the path into the future. Mr. Lösch, do you agree with that? Climate political ideas, renewable energies, and security of supply. Do you agree with Mr. Wimmer here? Well, we're having a paradox situation now with a view to the global population growth. We see that we've invested not enough. It sounds paradox, as I said, but when we're looking at the short-term perspectives in recent years, we've seen there's been not enough investment in fossil fuels and more than not enough into renewables. So it's a double investment gap, if you like. And this is what has caused this, or has contributed in a major way to the energy crisis, which started way before Ukraine. So, as everything in this climate policy issue, we need to get the timing sorted. For a considerable time, we will still need gas. I think coal will be a thing of the past all over the world soon, to some extent in our own hands. But when it comes to renewable energy, we need to massively expand here. And at this point, let me just say one thing.
At the moment, we're sort of dramatically shocked by the fact that we're standing here and we see one country attacking a neighbor country, and then we find out that 40% of our energy comes via 3 pipelines from the very country that attacked the other one. I mean, there will be entire history books written about whether this has been the right decision, but whatever you say about it, it is a fact now. And everything that we're projecting into the future means that we're going to have to get away from the fact that only the country that has something under their soil that's energy is energy rich. And we're going to have to get into a world where we'll have all manner of stakeholders who, on the basis of new technologies, solar, wind, and all the rest, I mean, there are lots of different options out there that we could use, will have wealth in energy. And that opens a huge diversification across the globe. It opens huge justice as well, apart from a few shady alpine valleys who maybe can't generate any power themselves. But that's how it's going to be. There'll be lots of countries across the globe who suddenly realize that with new technologies, they can become energy rich. And that's very much along the lines of the development cooperation that we want to develop technologies here, to grow partnerships, and to create a world in which we have inexhaustible sources of renewable power. And then the whole problem of volatility is balanced out through hydrogen transport and storage. This is the energy system of the future. I mean, we've heard it called as freedom energy, and you can call it that in a sense, but it's a complete turnaround from everything that we've known about energy worldwide in the past. And of course, there'll be resistance against it. I think the fossil fuel owners will be trying to work with carbon capture and storage to continue to keep their product in the game, which in a short term and medium term will be necessary in terms of the quantities of fossils we'll still need. But we have to be clear that the whole system of power generation in the world is going to be turned topsy-turvy. And as industry, I would, of course, want to ensure that we as technology partners worldwide generate new value for ourselves as well. And I mean, we've just been to Australia, Siemens Energy, because I think there were 5 German companies there who all want to do electrolysis. I'm not trying to promote our product here or our system, no. But, I mean, there's incredible potential here for the future. And it's heading for climate neutrality, but also global justice. This is fascinating stuff. So we've heard about the need for redundancy, for flexibility, freedom, and global markets. It really is a shift of paradigms. That's certainly true, and it's a vision of the future as well. Now, Dr. Westphal, when we think about the future, what would you say about that? At the same time, you also said that you had partners for green hydrogen, for the generation of green hydrogen, Ukraine and Russia, who are just disappearing from view. What's your perspective? Do you have to shift your system altogether, or were you flexible enough in the industry to be able to fill the gaps with new partners? Well, first of all, the points that have been made are very, very important, and I would certainly want to emphasize them. I mean, we're going into a very different energy world that is technology-driven and that is based on technology partnerships, trading partnerships, the classic model of a one-bay energy partnership where there are interdependencies and it's just about finances changing hands is going to be much better distributed across the value chain. So it's an important point to say that we need to have development and growth partnerships. And that emphasizes for Germany, again, the point that it's not about hydrogen and its derivatives that we have to just see as part of the energy transition, but as part of the industrial transformation that we are facing as well, because that makes it clearer that what we're going for is a kind of big bang, the way we saw it at the beginning of the EU integration with the European Coal and Steel Union. I mean, we kind of need something like that for clean energy, for the energy-intensive industries like steel, which have a geostrategic importance as well, so that we keep value creation here, but that we also look at what are some important industries that we need to keep in Europe. So it's really important to see this bigger picture. And then the whole question of diversification, but also market developments as well. I mean, you say that I'm working for the H2O Global Foundation. It's not just about triggering the technology by removing the regulatory risks through long-term contracts on the purchasing side, but also to carry out leapfrogging in trading so that we can have a level playing field as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And this will generate benefits not just for developing countries and emerging economies that we have to look very closely at, but also for the key hydrogen generation here. And that's why I'm saying emerging economies and developing countries have to be involved, because quite rightly, we have to look at Africa now and say this is the new partnership that we need. Europe, Africa is, and also the Middle East, because at the end of the day, the geoeconomic position of Germany and the EU will depend exactly on how well we have positive, sustainable relationships with our neighbors, generating value as well, because other regions like China and the US are much bigger markets, much bigger economies of scale that they can utilize as well, and are often faster, more pragmatic with their regulatory aspects as well. I mean, we're talking about the options. We've got a lot of ambitious goals that we've set ourselves politically. If I think about 5 gigawatts to 10 gigawatt electrolysis until 2030, that's ambitious, but we're expecting from our politicians, from industry, that they invest big time without the market being prepared for it, without the regulatory framework necessarily in place. So that's an issue that's extremely important too, that will indeed determine our competitiveness and the technical primacy that Mr. Lösch talked about for Europe. That will define it. Thank you, Ms. Westphal. Ms. Brehm, we've talked about various different types of energy now, ones that will presumably all be working in parallel for us. But there's also the issue of transmission. I mean, the energy has to go from A to B somehow or other. And that's where you come in, or at least that's one of the hats you're wearing. Where do you see the major challenges when it comes to expanding the grid, in technical terms and also geopolitically? Well, first of all, Ms. Westphal, one thing I really like is that you talk about the energy transformation and the industry transformation as well. So I really like that. I'll take that on board against the background that we have to think about a massive grid expansion that we have to undertake. So that would be my first point. And then in order to achieve our ambitious targets, i.e. upping the renewable quantity in our grid, 7,500 kilometers of grid have to be expanded and renewed. And there's a certain amount of leverage that we can use to make this acceleration happen. One example would be the standardization of components that we need for expanding transformers or converters or cable. So that can be something we do together, bringing industry and grid operators together to agree on these standards. Then plannable building permission processes. That would make things a lot easier to accelerate grid expansion by reducing the red tape. Now, resilience is another issue that's been touched on. There's 2 points I'd like to make here. On the one hand, the resilience of the grid in terms of cybersecurity is an issue against cyber attacks. And then factoring in the high voltage grid as critical infrastructure of national interest. Now, there are laws that have been approved quite quickly that make it possible to categorize high voltage transmission lines as being critical infrastructure and to exclude certain manufacturers that are not our geostrategic partners in their production, thus reducing or mitigating risk and allowing certain risks not to happen at all. So one last point that's really important to me is in the high voltage transmission lines, there are high voltage circuit systems that have SF6 insulation systems, and 1 kilo of SF6 in terms of its hazardousness is about 25,000 tons of carbon and lasts 230 years in the atmosphere. So on the one hand, it's very toxic for our climate. On the other hand, I'd like to raise awareness of the fact that employees of grid operators, but also our employees and other people have to deal with these gases. And this is why I'm very pleased that the European Commission has a very ambitious phase-out plan in place, and we are already able to have zero carbon equipment in our grid in the high voltage lines. So staying with grid expansion, you have a great deal of expertise in this area, and you told me this morning that you were in the factory as well, so not just in the office and in the panel, but you actually go to where the power is generated. But looking away from Germany for a moment, we mentioned Africa just a moment. Your company is active there as well, and I'd be interested in knowing a bit about the stable power generation and supply in some African countries has been an issue for a long time, even if the continent has huge potential. But what would you say are the pressing issues that Siemens Energy could be tackling on the ground? Certainly expanding the infrastructure. The transmission grid in Africa tends to be built as a centralized line, and the African countries are often not connected with one another. So that means an exchange of energy and exchange trading in energy just can't happen. So just to give you an example, Nigeria, for example, which is the highest populated country in Western Africa, just to give you an example of how we as a company with our partner Siemens AG have worked as part of the Presidential Power Initiative of the Nigerian government. So we're supporting them to set up a stable power grid in 3 phases, and that makes it possible to generate interconnectivity, but also to harness renewable energies and to factor in green hydrogen, thus generating a stability in the power grid, which, of course, will drive the national economy of Nigeria. Nigeria, Mr. Lösch, we've heard it mentioned in other contexts as well as Algeria, Namibia, Africa, countries that may well play a role in the future as power suppliers. Do you believe that we can solve our energy shortfall by creating partnerships in Africa? I mean, you've said we have to think globally. Would that be a realistic scenario? I could come up with great long lists. South America, like I said, I was just in Australia, Oceania, Africa, but also countries like Kazakhstan, etc., have major potential here. But I think we have to come away from this view of things and say that worldwide there are examples that we need to set to show globally that entrepreneurs are, that they start thinking about these future technologies, leading by example, if you like. So it's easier in Australia because it's a highly developed country, but you can develop projects there quite quickly. But for example, we've got Land of Ideas, we've got a problem with AWE, with agile, young African and German companies working together, and the interest in energy and power generation companies is huge. And I think we have to start with that. We have to use the expertise that we have to attract young entrepreneurs in all of these developing countries and emerging economies so that they have options to take these things and run with them. Because, we're not going to be able to build an African copper plate or whatever, but in Africa there are fascinating decentralized off-grid options that we definitely want to consider. But if there's not a business case for the alternatives, then they are going to go away and drill. So Africa, Mr. Wimmer, and the young emerging power generation sector, there's something that the Ministry for Cooperation and Development here in Germany is very active. I mean, there are lots of examples of cooperation that we have with African countries. Could that fundamentally change our relationship to some of the stakeholders there? And how can we avoid new dependencies emerging? And we've seen the bitter price that we have to pay for those dependencies. Well, first of all, I think that the partner countries in the Global South, I mean, we've heard that there's a huge geostrategic transformation that they are very aware of as well. And this geostrategic transformation is something that's embedded in a socio-ecological transformation, something that we are trying to offer at least from Europe, and then a digital transformation where Europe isn't perhaps doing as well as some of the other players on the market. And our partner countries are looking long and hard at exactly who they want to do business with. Who's going to help me? Who's going to invest? Who's easiest to do business with? What company is going to help me have a conducive environment with education, the transport routes, and the trade, dismantling trade barriers, etc. Who's going to help me with all of this? And on this newly negotiated global market, Germany and the EU have to prove themselves again. If you look at the power generation sector, we're not just talking about the energy sector itself. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about Industry 4.0. We're talking about transport, mobility, smart mobility. All of these sectors are very much dependent on energy, and often there's a population explosion going on as well, which requires increasing energy needs. And who can offer the best offer here, whether it's China or even Russia or the dictator next door, America, or hopefully Europe? That's the question that we need to answer together, and we're all sitting in the same boat here. I mean, I think that, researchers, industry, politicians, and the population all know that, if you have a ship blocking the Suez Canal, and then you suddenly can't get access to your chips for the computer, and your supply chains just fold. Can't carry out automotive production, and then if you want to buy a used car, it costs big money. That's why we see
things go back to reality. Very many thanks. Sadly, time has run away from us. So I think I'll make an appointment with all of you next time, next year at the same place. Thank you very much, Dr. Westphal, for being with us remotely. Dr. Lösch, Mr. Bree, Mr. Wimmer, thank you very much indeed on part of the Agency for Business and Development. See you again next time. A very warm welcome to today's web talk, how to transform into an inclusive digital strategy. I'm Iris Plöger. I'm a member of the board of German Industry, but more important today, I'm a founding member of the network She Transforms IT, and I'm very happy that I can chair this panel. We are in the engine room in Prenzlauer Berg, Berlin. Online, you can read that the engine room unites the power of German mid-sized business and companies in order to create sustainable solutions for the future. This is an inspiring place, but it's not just medium-sized business who want to learn a new thinking here. We want to do the same thing with exciting panelists, and we want to do so with a view to digital transformation and to what we will need for that as society. And it's clear, only a digital strategy which will ultimately release a lot of resources in society will be successful. After all, the answer to the continually growing list of challenges, demography, climate change, and now also technological sovereignty, all of this is answered by innovation, innovation, and innovation. In order to really strengthen this innovative power in Germany in a lasting way, needs not just the right guys, it needs the right girls. And women here are too few. The number of women in digital jobs is frighteningly low. So how to enthuse more women and girls for digitization? How to make them absolutely active members of importance. The She Transforms IT is an initiative together with many, many people from politics, business, civil society and academia, and that's exactly what we all want. Maybe you would also like to join this network. But now let's come to the focus of our discussion, namely our panelists. I'm very happy that here in the engine room, I'm not the only one who has to operate this thinking machine. I have competent experts and expertise to rely on. I would like to introduce the panelists very briefly, and then after the introduction, I'll ask you each to say a couple of sentences as to whether in the year 2022 it really still needs an inclusive digital strategy, and if it does seem necessary, what should it be like? Let's start with Caroline Fellhauer, consultant, an account lead at TLAG, consultants specializing in organizational development as well as digital and cultural transformation. She's also a certified transformation designer and an experienced moderator of workshops. So worst case, if I don't do it well, you can take over from me. Then Dr. Helga Lukoschat, chairperson of the EAF, which is the European Academy for Women in Politics and Business Berlin, with a host of experience when it comes to consulting companies and organizations, how to conceptualize and implement praxis-oriented research projects, and the shaping of program and cooperation programs, both in business and politics. She has published lots of publications, and she's an expert moderator and speaker of great demand. We have a lot of international projects, particularly projects which aim at political and social participation of women. Very warm welcome. Carla Hosted, Head of Department Digital Society of the Mercator Foundation, most recently Senior Project Manager with Bertelsmann Foundation and in charge of the project Ethics of Algorithms, member of the Advisory Council of Dance Internet Studies, which is part of the Competence Center for Responsible Digitization of the State of Hesse and also advises the Energy Commission of the German Parliament on the transparency of AI systems. Well, sometimes when I hear our titles, I think, gosh, we're making our lives hard. I think the Americans would have come up with something more sort of short and snappy than the long drawn-out titles we have in Germany. Now, on my left, your right, Dr. Clemens Streming, Senior Researcher, working at the Center for Responsible Research and Innovation of the Fraunhofer IAO, where his subject is innovation, culture and diversity in research and development projects. He is convinced, and I really like that, friction between different points of views are possible and that they lead to social innovation. Right, a very warm welcome to all of you. Let's start for once. Well, who would like to volunteer? Now, let's start with the one man. After all, he's the lonely man. Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. I'll do my best to prove that I haven't been the one man here who took the place of a more competent woman. I think government, civil society, business have all used a lot of resources in recent years in order to make sure that we get more women into the STEM jobs. But I think the resources should be used differently from what has been done in the past. Which way do you want to? Which way do you want to go? Shall we come to that later? Or right. No, later perhaps. All right. So that was the introductory sentence or two. Would you like to continue? Well, first of all, yes, of course, it needs this more than ever. In the past, it was necessary too. We see that digitization is something which we've all become very much aware of because COVID has meant that digitization touches all parts of business and society. Also, when it comes to equal opportunities, it's important because not everyone has equal access to digital means. But we've also seen that digital means, artificial intelligence, can also reproduce social injustice. So diversity in tech and digitization is a very important measure to take, although, of course, there are many other important measures as well, which the politicians need to consider when developing their digital technology strategy about how to make digital processes work, how the government should use digital technologies. And I'm quite happy to make you all keen to know what I'm talking about and stop here. I think I have to get into that right away, Carla, because I think it's absolutely amazing. In Germany, we're always saying, since COVID, we finally really understood that digitization is necessary. Many of us, some a longer time than others, have been talking until we were blue in the face about the importance of digitization in Germany and the new dawn and so on. We were pretty fed up with it, but I don't think we were sufficiently fed up to need the COVID crisis. It's enormous that this was necessary. Let's talk about the question to what extent this digitization boost happened as a result of the crisis, or are we just sort of kidding ourselves as to the actual impetus that came out of COVID for digitization? But I don't want to be premature and take away what you might say. Well, I think digital strategy is also a reliable strategy, which first needs to look at what is the objective of the strategy. And as you said, it's not just about the technology itself and how it's designed, non-discriminatory, trying to release as much potential as possible, but it also means that you really have to involve the different parts of society because we need all of society for it, after all. And I think from my point of view, it's very important to see, as you said, innovation, productivity gains for business, yes, but there are other issues that need to be developed. Sustainability, demographic change, or the big issue of equal opportunities for the different genders and the compatibility that COVID made clear to us as being so important. And I think it's very important to think of all these things together. That's why I like this initiative so very much and why I'm happy to be part of this, because we bring together these different viewpoints, and I think that's really important for the future, so that we don't just look at one sort of discipline like computer studies and related subjects, but have the broader view. And if I may say something which probably wasn't said enough in the introduction, I mean, my relationship to the idea of STEM subjects, I spent many years
ordering a subsidiary at Technical University Berlin, FIPTech, which was a big cooperation organization of women in natural sciences, technology, engineering, and liaising between universities and companies for women. That was excellent, and it was a way of getting more women into these subjects, not just getting them in, but also allowing career prospects for women. So you already have experience in this handing over the baton, as I always call it, because we see so many good efforts are made in business, in science, but often the interlinkage between the two is lacking. So the educational path of a girl and a woman has to be looked at in terms of decades and not just about the one situation in which we see the one person right now. I think that's one of the important areas. And let me get back to innovation, because I don't think there is a contradiction between innovation and different parts of society. The answer is always we need this innovation. And I think the challenge we have is also an opportunity, because we can say, yes, we need to put far more into this innovative power. This digitization is a great innovation driver, and if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to face up to the challenges, the demographic challenges that we have. When we're looking at the long-term care issue, there are many areas like that which we could talk about, and even climate change. I think, yes, I'm perhaps the right person to talk about this right now, because the outlook that I have with a view to strategies, whether we're talking digital strategy, sustainability strategy, doesn't really matter which so much. But my background, which is basically organization in how to implement strategies, looks at just this point. How can we make sure that what we want to do can actually be put into reality? And my feeling is, when we're focusing on the digital strategy, also the strategy adopted by the government, so much has already been defined. There are masses of position papers about this. There's a lot of research. I think there's even, as you said, a sort of momentum in society that people are aware it's necessary. But I think there is still a gap in how do we get it, as it were, off the ground. And the sort of lever that we're not using enough is where we can do things together in a diverse way. In other words, all parts of society that we need to be really involved in doing the next steps. This will kickstart a situation. So we have, on the one hand, an overarching sort of guideline or guidance, and we will see a lot of parallels between organizations of business, which are primarily consult with, and others as well. So if from the very beginning there is a consistent involvement of all the people I want to reach out to in the end, then I will end up with solutions which can kickstart a more diverse society. I think that's the point where there is still a bit of a crux, as we know in the discussion too.
I think most people agree what it is we actually want. We just need to have a clear target and then a plan of measures that we can tackle together. Although the question that I have is, do we need to have a digital strategy in 2022? I mean, we've talked about, China 2025 a long time now. The question is, we're coming up to 2022 and coming up with a digital strategy. And then the expectation is huge on the German government as well. And I think that it's a bit of a challenge of our location. We want to do everything perfectly. If we're talking about inclusion today, then we want to take everyone aboard, yes, but I wonder if it isn't a bad idea to just start somewhere and get going and then realize we haven't thought about everything 100% and we still have to onboard somebody in our inclusion approach rather than saying, wait till it's perfect and then roll it out. I think that's sort of symptomatic of this whole digital debate. If I could just jump in there and take it a bit further, I mean, that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make here. This sort of get down to it, get started. Who do we need to have in place to take the next step to generate results? There are specific objectives. There is a digital strategy. There are pillars in place that we need to run with, basically, and then to test them to see where we need to improve things and just have a continuous process of improvement. We carried out a survey recently about transfer behavior, R&D behavior of companies, and I was surprised. One of our questions was what transfer formats the companies use, just how widespread real labs are in the companies. It's quite a complex format, I always thought anyway. You know, maybe it's something that's going to expand. It's kind of niche, but actually an awful lot of mid-sized businesses successfully try it and use it, and that's kind of what we need. You know, just sort of take the plunge and have a go. You know, trial and error with a phase of reflection and an evaluation of what you've done so far, what needs to change. I think a real lab condition would be exactly what you need here. Oh, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because we fought long and hard to get these real labs, and I'm really pleased that we managed to get them, and I'm glad to hear that they're being used. But you wanted to say something. Well, you were talking about the German government and the expectations on the German government. I think that with the German government, it's about creating a framework environment for this, to putting the resources in place, to ensuring that the guide rails are there as well. But then it's down to the individual organization to really change, you know, the public administrations as well. And part of our work is looking at public administrations, municipalities. We worked with a big city, for example, and then the interplay between the IT departments and the gender equality department, who had very different views of things, wasn't working well at all. And you really had a sense they speak a different language, they have a different understanding of the world, but that would be important, to open yourself and look at the bigger picture within your organization and to learn the language of the other units. And in companies, our experience has been, you know, we hear it again and again, but involve the people who are affected. You know, I mean, the employees themselves are experts about their everyday life when it comes to the introduction of digital processes and what's in it for them. They will know best. I mean, one example from practice as well is a major automotive company had a pilot project, you know, just sort of try it, flexibilizing shift work. What do we need? And there's such good ideas that emerged here in the discussion with all of the stakeholders to have different voices heard. So I will just dock on to what you were saying there, Caroline, to your experiences there. I mean, the German government can't do this. Certainly they can't. Every individual organization, every individual company, but also the public administrations have to do what they can here. But it shows what we think of as sort of the American mindset, you know, the sort of user orientation, something that was a bit neglected in the past with us here, can really drive things. So user orientation, but also employee orientation. But maybe if we look at, well, it's not about orientation, though. That's one of these words that I think actually is misleading. You know, let's involve them a little bit. No, it's a different kind of dismantling fears, really listening to their needs, their voices. Otherwise, you're not going to get ownership among the employees. Yeah, I was going to say this idea of just go ahead and do it quickly and trial and error and all that is one of the reasons why it often doesn't happen. You know, I'm looking at how technologies are used by public administrations in the areas of education, health, etc. And there's a real contrast there, really odd. On the one hand, a sort of careful wait and see, a lack of knowledge, we don't want to get going. And then when it starts, it has to go really, really quickly. And then this involvement, you know, serious participation doesn't happen. And there are all manner of examples from a European context, too. The area I'm working in particularly is the childcare system, you know, child allowance, benefits in the Netherlands who were paid by algorithm in 2013. It took a very long time to realize that this system systematically disadvantaged people from ethnic minorities with social disadvantages, and it led to such a scandal that the entire cabinet had to resign. And, you know, participatory approaches weren't taken very seriously here. They just thought, oh, here's a quick digital solution, an algorithm, and that can actually undermine faith in democracy and trust in the capacity for democracies to use digitization. And we have to do things really quickly.
Ich glaube, man muss ja auch eingestehen, dass das was ist, was man lernen muss.
I just want to say that this is something you have to learn as well. Working co-creatively, working iteratively, agile working. It sounds like, we have to just try something out, or working inclusively. We realize that again and again, that there's a real willingness to do it in the teams, but when it comes to management and leadership, there's actually no understanding or no experience of dealing with it, because how do I have to set teams up? How do I have to take less space? These are things that require real work that's unpleasant, because it's about how do I define myself? How do I define my role in terms of leadership as well? And this brings us into spheres that are not really acknowledged in all areas of society, of like, I question what my own role is and how inclusive I can actually work, because it's something we have to learn. Although I think it's easier for companies to develop this agility than for the public sector, who are very set in their ways. Yeah, that's true. But coming back to the role of the state, I mean, Carla, you've said a couple of things there. Digital administration, then we can talk about education as well, but also maybe about, state regulations and how helpful they are. If we talk about digital administration, it's not exactly a German success story. I mean, we have to say that. And between just do it quickly and then negative examples from the Netherlands that we just heard of, and then what we're seeing here in Germany, I think these are two poles of the spectrum. But for the new term of the German government in office, where would you see opportunities? I mean, there is an ambition with the OZG2, for example, to implement this, not so much as in the past in terms of how many administrative rules and regulations can be digitized. I think we've made some progress in the last 2 years, but where's the point where you would say we have to achieve this sort of driver function for society here? Well, I think the core has to be that digitization is always approached in terms of the goal you're trying to achieve for society, and not looking at the technology that's out there, looking at what are the social problems, what solutions might be helpful. It doesn't have to be the neuronal network or the most complicated system out there. A much simpler system might do it. And that has to be the second question, what's out there to solve the problems? What are the most urgent problems? And that question has to be asked in a participatory manner as well. That's really at the core of what has to be done here. And the other aspect is that we have to look at the various different digital policy issues together. They happen in silos at the moment. The discussion about European digital sovereignty is one that should be connected much more closely to inclusion. What we're seeing at the moment is that many public authorities have Chinese and American software that they just buy. We see this with the security agencies. Palantir is a technology that is used more and more in the German federal states, where it's quite clear that we are buying in the values from the US and China here as well, and we're losing the opportunity to shape how digitization is supposed to influence our societies. So the dependencies and trying to achieve independencies from foreign software is an issue that has to do with inclusion as well. So these are issues that aren't that sexy. Things like the procurement, the public procurement system. Chichon Form's IT calls for more women in the process. We need to ensure that there's more sustainability so that environmental and social issues play a role in procurement. However, and this has to do with innovation, the fact that you have to create an ecosystem in Germany so that you even have alternatives. I mean, Baden-Württemberg, with the Palantir software, has basically entered into a contract here saying that there are no alternatives. So the two have to be dovetailed as a package. This is a fundamental conflict that we have. How can we solve the problem that, on the one hand, there's time pressure and we have to speed up? On the other hand, the European alternatives, in some cases, it would seem, are not attractive enough for the public authorities to use them. What would you recommend to the legislators? Waiting until these European alternatives are out there? I mean, one approach or something that's being developed right now is the European AI Act, the law on artificial intelligence. I guess it'll be next year by the time it actually comes into force. But that would be one option to deal with this as well, that you set European standards for the products that you want to use here. The AI Act has the sort of pyramid approach based on risks, high-risk applications, for example, like you have in HR management and reading in CVs, etc. They have to have a special filter, and there's a system being set up in the EU member states to ensure the security levels, that we set the standards that we want and others have to fulfill them. You know, that's something you could implement. But we're thinking EU-wise from the regulatory side and not from the side of how can we implement it and gain new capabilities. Okay, we have 17% of women in digital professions. We want to change it, but we're not going to be able to change it overnight. So the one approach is looking at our educational systems and hoping that we can then harvest the fruits of our success. The other is to make it possible for women to just jump into the profession, sort of laterally. But if until we have 50% of women thinking things through for us here, how can we ensure that we sort of cover this discrepancy for the time being? Well, one thing that's missing me is this absolute commitment of taking a risk here. I mean, I feel that it's all a bit fluffy. You know, digitization, yes, but we don't want to take any risks. You have to throw money at the problem. You have to bundle resources, and yeah, that can mean that you fail. And that's something that's not part of our culture here in Germany. The Americans are just better at doing that, failing, pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and start all over again. And I'd like to see a real orientation of saying that's what we want to do, and we'll bring together expertise, experience, and resources and generate some kind of result. But who's supposed to take the risk? The state with public taxpayers' money or the private sector? Well, I think it should be both. And we've just heard the state's not going to manage it on their own, but organizations are egotistical. Well, companies, I mean, they're not going to bundle these forces on their own. There needs to be a certain dynamism from the government. But here's a question for you then. How can I bridge the fact that I don't have enough women in these digital professions in the beginning to carry out the software analysis in a manner that is more inclusive? Because the example of the US, and when it comes to inclusion and diversity, they are a couple of years ahead of us in terms of their society. That must mean that their software that they have actually factors this in more. I think that diversity in tech is really important, but we mustn't kid ourselves that that's the solution for bias-free software, for example. There are loads of different approaches out there in terms of scrutiny about how to achieve this. In the European market, for example, for public sector authorities, there's software that's open, where scrutiny is possible through research, civic society. The French government, for example, works with the Elements Messenger, which is based on matrix software, free system, whereas the German public authorities are still working with proprietary-based systems to have a look at what open softwares are out there on the market. And of course, you have to have the space to try things out. I mean, there are fields where you have to say questions of participation aren't even touched on here, and you can try something out quickly. Of course, you'll make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. You've got to. But there are other areas when it comes to HR recruitment, health, education. There, you don't want to make massive mistakes. And there, we need to have decent scrutiny in place. And the European AI Act was referred to, where it still isn't clear in the course of this regulation how the scrutiny level is there. How do you monitor it? Is it the companies themselves that monitor these things are adhered to? Does the company tick all the boxes and say, I fulfilled it, and then sells it to the state, and no one has a look anymore, or even has access? Or is there an official certification, for example, that makes it possible to have research access?
This is a question that we need to at least try to address and to make sure that software can also promote equality, because the potential is there. I believe in the positive that digitization can bring, including more equal opportunities. I think one has to think all these matters as a combined approach. You're talking about the regulatory side, but it's also something that business can do, because it benefits businesses too. Our experience is that software and IT companies have an interest, even if there are still more men among the staff than women, but they do care to think about, what can I do? Would I have an advantage from that? Would I take over something in my development which could lead to discrimination? I mean, there is an openness for that, because the people themselves are thinking like this. I mean, you shouldn't always see the men as in opposition to the women, on the contrary. But you need to have the space for that thinking in every organization, and resources to think about this, and to realize that to develop non-discriminatory software can be a business case. It's not a nice little add-on. I mean, it's something which reflects the market, the needs of customers. It covers the diversity better. But I mean, it's really all parts of life, isn't it? I mean, we have this idea that we haven't really understood it yet. The future is a digital future, so we should really start, each one of us, in our own areas. I think we are running out of time, even though we have 1,000 more issues, but the idea of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths is one thing we need to discuss a bit more. What is the reason? Why is it so far that there haven't been so many women and girls in these jobs? Efforts have been underway for a long time, but success isn't what we would have liked to see. Who and what can we learn from? How can we prioritize it better? How can we open up the issue? I think there are a great many efforts in Germany about this, and lots of resources as well, which brings you back to how I started. You have the National STEM Forum, the Junior Engineers Academy, the various research foundations. All of these are initiatives primarily carried forward by civil society players, sometimes private players, sort of dressed up as civil society. The reason for that is that the education system, the state-run education system, doesn't see responsibility to do that. Government says the first objective is equal access to education. But the inclusive aspect, that is not something where the government sees its responsibility is. I think it's sad, or if we start with the education system. I mean, when I prepared for this panel, I looked at some reports from various foundations, for example, Foundation on Research, and if I remember correctly, the result was that many of the measures and efforts undertaken have an effect, but the choice of job and study course of younger women is primarily identity, self-confidence driven. And at the moment, I mean, in our research, we're looking at how to conceptualize IQ tests and aptitude tests for hiring. And we notice that mathematical abilities between men and women, there seems to be no difference. But there are differences that we are socialized into believing what our maths abilities are. Something which always makes me amazed every single time when I see that, when I'm teaching, that there is a sort of genderist thinking. People believe that men and women are by nature different, and some of these differences between the genders are justified to exist. Yes, there are absolute stereotypes and role model creation, one of the biggest issues of our network too. And the research organization that you mentioned is one that tries to get gender equality into kindergarten. And you notice in kindergarten, all the kids are still on one course, but we lose the girls in primary school level.
and then we lose them even more as they make their way through the education system. So it's not just keeping the girls at it, but also to make sure that girls and women are allowed a lateral entry time and again. I think it's very important. Quite often we notice that in our initiative we keep emphasizing that we need to do this across the career of girls and women. There are all sorts of areas where we can influence matters again. In FemTech, we noticed that visualizing role models, explain what jobs mean, is an absolute must still. And to have this exchange, that I'm not an exotic plant, that is very important. And we have got more than 1,000 people who've actually continued in their studies and have left. But it's another important factor, since we're talking about companies, since we're with the BDI, the Confederation of German Industry. We shouldn't always call for women and say, we need you for reasons of demographics, whatever, skilled labor is needed. I also need to look at my own organizational culture. That goes back to what you said. Maybe that culture needs changing, because combining career, dual career couple, how to combine all of that, how to make it work. And we need to understand that, not just to say, well, come in and work for us, but then also to change the work culture in the company. In the IT sector, there are twice as many women leaving the business again as there are men leaving it, and that is sad. We must do something to keep the women at it. I'd like to pick up on that, because there's another point that keeps making me angry, namely that the private sector is investing lots and lots of funds into the education system, also that more and more women are produced that businesses can then hire. But there are some disciplines like maths, where we already have a pretty high share of women, but we are noticing that the women who study mathematics tend not to go into business, they go into teaching. That's another effect we know from various studies and surveys, that on average, women tend to avoid competitive labor markets. And we've had a slightly better development because we've got very much the employees market. But still, if there is maybe the skilled labor problem, the deficit goes back, then the gender gap won't be smaller, it might be getting bigger again. And I think companies need to do more to really collect the women, because there are lots of women or girls, even if they're into the STEM subjects, they're still women and girls. But the idea isn't to turn every woman into a computer scientist. That would be a bit too little. We should say that there's a digital component to every job, and that component is going to become more important. And all these transfer initiatives are so interesting, because they can really see what happens with a live subject, as it were. When I speak of something which is interdisciplinary, it means that I can use creativity, empathy, all these things that IT cannot do. But in a team, I can bring it all together and make it something that can be experienced. What's your experience here? Because you're such a young agency. Yes, that's something quite exciting, which I see all the time when I'm working with companies. And then I have the feeling that often there's still a lack of understanding, as you've indicated. People don't realize that it's not we have to get women into certain jobs as a matter of principle. I think the point is that certain abilities, certain ways of approaching subjects should be integrated in order to improve the overall result. Maybe I need to adapt my corporate culture because it's very competitive, very hierarchical, very little emphatic, which we're noticing all the time, empathetic. And then there is the crux. The system itself is set up in such a way that it's extraordinarily difficult to get people into the system who then cannibalize it. But I think what it needs is a sort of framework to allow breaking open these boundaries. And we have a good sort of science basis, but for the science we need a certain framework. It may be a bit of a turnaround from what has been done in the past, but this way a business can be made more attractive for other groups like women. I'm looking at it from both sides. On the one hand, you need to create the incentives, but on the other hand, you also need to sort of give the girls and women a bit of a shove. When I'm looking at the corporate environment, sometimes women need to be willing to go into it, whether in the digital field or not. There needs to be, I think this is one of the basic understandings of the initiative. It's not just society has to do something, It was also up to the girls and women to actually take up the offer. Yes, this competitive idea is often irrational, like the expectance to be there. Maybe I need a research and development team where everybody is speaking with one voice and they don't all act like investment bankers. Absolutely, yes. Well, from the university area, there are some surveys making clear that if the study courses, I mean, the way they're represented, the way the course is set up, if practical aspects are more focused on how to apply what you learned, then the number of women trying to get into these study courses and the later jobs is increasing. We always talked about technologies need to be applied, we need to understand everything as a process. I think computer science as a subject would actually benefit from that, not just because more women would get in, but because the quality itself would improve. And I think the same thing is true for a lot of different diversity measures, because ultimately it doesn't just mean that more people so far underrepresented will become part of it. We'll see a general positive change. I think that's a very interesting question. We're talking about diversity. Something which happens frequently in organizations, probably other areas as well, is that diversity and inclusion tend to be partial areas which are sort of added on, like, oh, we're doing diversity now. And what people haven't understood, that it's basically a cross-sectional issue. It is something which should be part and parcel of everything at the beginning, because it improves the overall results. Performance in general will increase if you have a more inclusive and diverse approach. And I feel that people don't say, oh, cool, great, let's be diverse. It's more like, okay, diversity is one of the things, we need to tick that box. You know, I'd really like to see this being taken as a prerequisite for working in a team. I think we could discuss this for another hour or so. So I'm sparing you this famous last round of the panel, one sentence or one thought. I think we have a lot to do, and we probably have to continue at some stage. Let me just ask one more question. Do you just wish to transport our values and save them from the analog into the digital world, or do you want to make the digital world a little better? I think all of you here will say, yes, we want to do that, to make things a bit better. That's quite an ambitious target. Great that you're here, great that you were with us, great that the initiatives exist, because we know there's a lot to be done, and I'm very glad that we continue this again later. Thank you very much.
dass Sie da sind beim Tag der deutschen Industrie 2022.
How wonderful that you're here at the Day of German Industry 2022 in the Verti Music Hall, where you normally expect to find rock stars. We're going to spend the next day and a half, and hello to everyone joining us from home or from their office. And the whole question is, how is German industry coping through this crisis? Well, lots of questions. We've got some top names in politics and business as well. It's the first day of industry after the turning point in history that we've heard so much about. So, of course, there's a lot going on, a lot of things we need to think about, some unpleasant questions that we have to ask ourselves. What role, for example, can the industrialized democracies play in a new economic world order? Where's Germany in all of this? And how can we sustainably ensure that we ensure growth and prosperity in this country? Now, the B7 summits already happened. Sumi moderated that, and we're going to take some of these ideas with us. Keeping a global perspective means that some of these panels are going to be chaired in English on the TDI, and then we want to ask you to get on board to discuss with us and maybe to ask some questions. Hashtag TDI 2022. And obviously, the COVID pandemic is still with us. It's not over yet. So do what we do and be as careful as possible with one another. Keep a certain amount of distance. Sing happy birthday twice as you wash your hands. You all know the drill. So you talked about the motto already, scaling the new, and there's lots to do is another thing we'd like to add. And we would like to ask Professor Sigrid Guzman to come onto the stage now with a round of applause.
Herzlich willkommen.
So, you will rock this place. Come to us. This morning you took a very clear position at the B7 summit in your speech. We'll get to that later. Yeah, indeed. I wish you all a very warm welcome to our Day of Industry 2022.
I hope you all have a headset. If not, there are helping hands to help you. Wir haben nämlich tatsächlich,
Because we do have
sondern gerade eben
something which has only just concluded, namely we have just ended the B7 summit. Shall I say we've escalated it? No. We have been able to hand over the B7 declaration to the Chancellery. The Chancellor took 1 hour so that the perspective of the 7 countries concerned could be discussed and to take on board our offer that we as industry, as business, do not doubt the priority of politics when it comes to the objectives that are set, but when it gets to how best to get there, here we have a contribution to make. So it was a good discussion at the summit this morning, and a very, very warm thank you to the panelists who took part earlier. And now I think we've also just had a good event with the handover of our communique. In this day and age, we sometimes ask ourselves, can we do business as usual? In other words, can we organize the TDI again, the Day of Industry? And I think, no, it's not just something one can do, it's something one should do. We've learned from the pandemic. We now have a parallel streaming. So let me also use all the people, what was it said in the past? All the people on the television screens all over the country. And now we want to welcome everybody online and offline. And as you said, there are important issues to address. This is a time where the risk exists that the acute crisis situation we have superimposes everything, whether it's the last news from Ukraine or whether it's the still remaining pandemic. But we don't have a choice whether to engage in crisis management or deal with the transformations and the big issues that we are confronted with. We have to master both.
Anstrengend, auch das haben
That
wir
is hard work.
Gipfels schon
We've
gemacht.
also noticed that during the B7 summit, but there's nothing for it. The one thing that's the worst thing is to whinge, to sit here and say, oh, the world is horrible. That doesn't get us anywhere.
Kennen manche von Ihnen meine
Some of you will know my thesis that entrepreneurs are notoriously optimistic. Otherwise, they really got the wrong job. And with this optimism, let us start the day of industry, these 24 hours. And
ganz unterschiedlichen Runden und
there are many different panels, many different guests, and we'd like to discuss with them what our contribution can be, so that this optimism doesn't remain a mood, but helps to shape the future. And of course, the idea is we make this world a better place. This optimism is in the motto, really, isn't it? Scaling the new, if you like. It means something like we grow with the challenges, if I may put it like this. How would you describe that? What are the main points where we need to grow? What are the big challenges? Well, my translation of scaling the new is more, company-driven.
ist ja ganz super.
Innovation is fine, but if there are no customers for this innovation, it was a nice thing, but ephemeral. So scaling the new means that the things we think up newly, whether it's services or products or concepts we develop, we need to scale them up.
Dieses Cocooning.
That is this cocooning, when we say, if we do things right for us, that's great. This is an approach that doesn't work. And the same is true for all major challenges. If we in Germany talk about decarbonizing and we get sort of the air above Germany 0.2% free of carbon, we haven't actually achieved much. When we're talking about multilateralism, there has to be several sides involved, preferably a lot of different players. And here again, scaling the new. And digitization, as everybody knows who's ever worked in a digital space, if you can't do the scaling, you can't do anything.
Aber auch so Dinge wie
But we also need to address things like the demographic challenge. In the global north, we tend to mean this is a lack of skilled labor these days. If you work in the hospitality sector, you know that even the people waiting tables are scarce. And if you have security needs, you find that you don't get the people to guard your premises anymore. So there are lots of things where we say, well, who is doing all these jobs? And then there is a global south where demography means something completely different, not necessarily always in a voluntary way. And these are all matters we can only handle if we take the wider view. Global logistics per se. I mean, sure, I've just been driving through Berlin. I found that challenges also exist in a confined space when we're talking about logistics, but we are going to talk about logistics of the global scale. So there are lots of good reasons to make scaling the new the motto, to think big, but also to deal with the idea to work together with our global partners and to move things, to change things, to shape things. Now, tomorrow you are going to give a major speech, and we don't want to be premature about this, but you already positioned yourself at the B7 summit because you said we should not rule out cooperation with autocratic states in order to make an impact. A question I will also hand over to my panelists, so those of you who are here now, prepare yourselves. What would you like the discussion to be? I know that wish of yours will definitely come to fruition. We want a debate which is characterized by open-mindedness, where we talk about being inviting in every sense of the word, because the way we withdraw ourselves to little silos, a silo becomes a tower becomes a fortress, and once you lift the drawbridges, you end up with sort of arrow slits and nothing ends well. So we need a discussion which looks at how we really nurture multilateralism, but that means how to work with lots and lots of different people, even if we don't share the same views, but we stay talking. And the yardstick
Das weiß ich, dass das in der
defining when we no longer talk to people, that has to be pretty high. And I know that this is very difficult. Well, we will start. After all, Isabel and I have to look at time. And time has already progressed a bit much for the first panel because we're starting like right away. You be in charge, and we're moving to be the audience.
Ja, wir freuen uns auf die spannenden Diskussionen.
We're looking forward to interesting debates, and we start the first panel, Geopolitics to Geoeconomics, the role of companies in a world of change. And here I would like to once again quote the German Chancellor, who said not that long ago, peace also means an economic price will have to be paid. So in these times, how will the order change in the world? What is the position of Europe and of Germany in this? So let's have the first panelists. Please welcome the panelists.
Schön, dass Sie da sind.
Nice to have you with us. Very important issues, very important questions. Some of them will be unexpected. You can choose where you're sitting. But isn't it good these days? We have time to think and to raise some profound issues. I'm really happy that I have with me Klaus Rosenfeld, the Schaeffler CEO. Very much somebody who knows about crisis, has experience in holding the sway over crisis. And you're a former naval officer, interesting in this day and age. What role that plays for leadership and how you look at things, interesting. We're looking forward also to welcome Angela Titzrath, CEO of Hamburg Harbour Logistics AG. Following Rotterdam and Antwerp, it's the third largest port facility in Europe, and I didn't know. It's one of the largest stations, goods stations in the world. There's a lot happening. Many things are very much topsy-turvy. You will explain that to us later. Many of them are impact of the pandemic. We're also looking forward to meeting Markus Beirer, Director General of Business Europe, representing businesses big and large. I would like to start by getting you all to give me your assessment of the current situation, which has caused so much uncertainty for many people, geopolitical as well as economic uncertainties. How do you take this experience? What needs to happen now, and what is the impact on your company or companies?
Also ich würde auf diese Frage so antworten.
Well, I guess I'd want to respond to this question by saying that the number of risk factors out there and stress factors out there that are all culminating is incredibly high.
Damit richtig umzugehen,
And managing all of that requires
eine gewisse Umsicht,
cool nerves and a certain
für uns als Unternehmen.
sort of sovereignty. And that kind of pressure hasn't been as hard on us for a very long time as companies, because there's so many things happening at the same time and interlocking at the same time. I have to say that our business is running better than we might have thought.
Die Sache an der Stelle nicht so ganz einfach.
And that doesn't make it any easier,
Momente, wo man denkt,
because there are regularly moments where you think, okay, now it's a downhill from here, but then it isn't downhill. If you look at the course that we've seen over the last few months, though there's the difficult situation in China too, where the economy is improving, but it's not as bad as we might have thought. So it's a mixed bag, really. It's a situation where it's really important to do the right thing.
Sie sehen mich mit Zuversicht.
You're looking at me with a certain optimism, because the challenges that we're facing are ones that I think also have opportunities in them. And as a logistics company here in Europe, we're very much at the hub of all of the problems as well. There's the pandemic, but the pandemic with different waves, with different shock impacts. Now confronted with the war, I have a subsidiary that is Odessa Harbor. So we are part of a war zone, a completely different experience for us. And as Mr. Rosenfeld said, these are challenges which nobody's prepared for by their very definition. But we've been training resilience for a very long time, responsibility for our actions, as well as the commitment of the many to solve all of these problems. So, in a way, opportunities and challenges, both. would you say you're one of the optimists despite the situation? I think I'm always one of the optimists, and I tend to be an activist optimist. But of course, the situation that we find ourselves in is the most difficult one that we've faced for a very long time. At the same time, the numbers are reasonably positive. I think there's reason for optimism because in both crises, we've seen that we are able to respond. And I think the pandemic has shown that Western democracies, at the end of the day, responded better. This is true when it comes to the production of vaccines. We are far better than, say, China, which has led to the problems that we have over there with the lockdown. But if it's about finding the right balance between precautionary measures and then easing up again, I think we're ahead of the game here, as difficult as it sometimes is in Western democracies. But I think on the whole, we can say that we've emerged better. And then war in Europe, I mean, that's a terrible scenario. But still, we see that the Western democracies, the Western economies are in a position quite quickly to defend their values where necessary. So I'm not too negative. Now, I'm a journalist, which means I always have to put my finger in the wound. From my perspective, I have a sense that it's all not as smooth as some people are suggesting in this time. If we look at the financial crisis, the pandemic, the euro sovereign debt crisis, and now the situation with Russia and the situation in Ukraine, I sometimes have the feeling that we're constantly responding to the challenges and that we weren't as well prepared as we ought to have been. I sometimes feel that we're far too romantic in our view of the world. Well, Europe has always grown through crises. That's always been the case. And in Europe, whenever there's been a crisis in the past, Europe has developed one step further. And this is the case now as well. Of course, it's not a linear development. It's not always better and better. It's sometimes two steps forward, one step back. And it also has to do with the fact that the media portrays it in a certain way. I mean, if I think of the sanctions, every week I hear it's not going fast enough. I mean, we were faster than anyone else, even though there were 27 member states and we had to agree. Though there are some who say that we're in a massive global economic war. Well, certainly it's an economic difficult situation where the EU and Europe is paying the highest price for defending these values because we want to defend these values. We have to say that. But we were faster than anyone would have believed. And essentially, we had a new package of sanctions every other week. So, I mean, we have to keep a sense of scale here and tell it like it is. Namely, despite all of the difficulties we had, we were able to act. I guess it's about European cohesion as well. 2 days ago, we heard we can't always wait for the slowest here in Europe. But now to dive a bit deeper into the industry side of things. I mean, your company was massively impacted on by the situation. You just talked about the situation in Odessa. Maybe you could give us a sense of what the situation is like and how challenging it's been for you and for your employees. Well, I'd love to do that because we sometimes talk very abstractly about the war, but in fact, it is a human tragedy. We have 480 employees on the ground in Odessa. On the 24th of February at 6:30, we got a phone call from them, from the managing director on the ground, who said, Ms. Tützart, there's a war on. What do? I have 2 ships here. The first thing I said is get them ready to leave. Secondly, I'll call you back. I need to go and think. And what we did on the 24th was to focus on the security of our employees. We paid out 2 months' salaries in front to make sure that they could buy food and fuel quick. And the second step that we took was quite quickly to ensure that those who wanted to leave could leave. We just did it ourselves. We sent travel buses. We've got about several hundreds of people who have fled. Some are in Hamburg, some of our employees of the family. Many have taken them into their homes. That's fantastic. I mean, they're really living their values on the ground. Our company ourselves is not working on the waters at the moment, but behind the scenes we've got rail connections giving us an ideal position. and still have the opportunity to maintain container transport. But it's a very special situation. Every day, the crisis headquarters in Odessa and here in Hamburg brief me. And it's a very difficult situation because at the moment there are 32 who are basically fighting with weapons, and we are continuing to recruit people. There's a real wave of recruits, so there are more employees who have to go into active combat. At the moment, they're doing it in the harbor. We have to explain this. A harbor is like a production. You can't stop it. You know, there's a danger routes, there's IT that you have to maintain. And at the moment, it is a very challenging situation, and our thoughts are with our employees on the ground. Oh, my goodness. I'm just getting shivers. I'm sure many feel that way when they hear that. And, of course, we wish your employees all the very best. In what form are you confronted with this? Well, our situation is probably the same as Ms. Tizat. We had 6 employees in Ukraine, a small office in Kiev. So the risk that you're talking about was very different for us in terms of scale. For us, very quickly, the indirect effects played a role, not so much from Ukraine as from Russia. You know, as metal workers, as warehouse makers, supply is just as important for steel as it is for gas. And our crisis headquarters said quite quickly, you know, the question is how can we get out of this? In the automotive supplier industry, there's a key rule. Ms. Müller knows it. Keep all your clients. That's the worst thing you can do, is lose them. If we have to say, sorry, Mercedes, we can't deliver, or any of the big ones, that's just not on. Particularly if you're a family company where your partner calls you every day. So the most important thing was to ensure steel supply. And we managed to do that at the last minute. How did you do it? Well, steel that we got from Russia, suddenly we got from China, which wasn't so easy. And you can't just go in the market and say, send me a couple of tons of steel. You have to, the right steel, you have to have tested it already. And thankfully we had, but it was very, very tight. And I'm not trying to play down the situation as awful as it is in any way, but it certainly is a further challenge that we had to cope with. And then around sanctions and gas prices, this is continuing. And then regarding the importance of China, that's another issue. It's not the case that everything in the world is one-dimensional. It's multidimensional, and it's very, very different. And if we hadn't had these contacts with China, we would have folded a couple of months ago. Now, much is talked about food that was imported from the region and the crisis that's already been triggered and will continue to get worse. But we have to think about the raw materials as well that are in the region and how they can be replaced and what role all of this will play for digitization and future technologies. And there's a number of aspects here. So I'd like to come back to China in a bit more detail, but here I'd like to talk about the new economic world order that many are talking about, and China plays a role in that too. What scenarios do you think are likely? What are we headed for? Will there be blocks forming? What will the globalization of the future look like? What will remain from the globalization we know today? Well, I don't think globalization is going to stop. It's just going to change a bit. And it's possible that here and there might be the formation of blocks, but the permeability will continue to be necessary. And you've talked about the raw materials, quite rightly so as well, because what it's going to be about is finding solutions. And we can see that the raw materials from Russia, which we're sourcing in Europe at the tune of 40%, we have to think about, is it going to keep coming from there, or are we going to get it from somewhere else? Belarus, nobody's really got it on their radar, but potash, for example, this has impacted massively on fertilizer production from Ukraine. There are full products there. So there are lots of questions that we have to sort out here. But I don't think that globalization is just going to stop. When I started working, there was a well-known book called The World is Flat. Someone gave me that book, said, this is the Bible, and you have to understand it. And I think the question isn't whether or not the world continues to be flat or is round. The question is whether the world is permeable and whether we can manage to do things together. And that has a lot to do with diversification. And as you referred to China, I have to say it's just not going to happen that we're going to be able to decouple from China. That's a utopia. And it would be the wrong way to go. I think Professor Russwurm just said, you know, it's not going to help anything to stop all of this regarding Russia. Okay, if there's a war on and there are things happening that need to be done, the situation is obviously a little bit different. Well, it's completely different. But just to pull all the moats up, the drawbridges up, rather, that's not the way to go, as Mr. Russwurm said. And that would just exacerbate polarization. But what we do need to do is further diversify. For example, it wasn't wrong to talk about, you know, resources and prices to get natural gas from Russia. That wasn't wrong. What was wrong is that there aren't enough alternatives now. But as Europe, we have to be in a position to draw our conclusions and then to land proper free trade agreements that still haven't been ratified. You know, you're talking about the green transformation and what we need. I mean, Chile's a typical example of this. I mean, this is a free trade agreement done and dusted, and it's about lithium and copper, and we still haven't brought it home. But I'm hoping that with the Czech, Swedish, and Spanish presidencies ahead that are more free trade friendly, that we will manage to do that. Because in terms of supply chain and sales, we're going to have to diversify. But it's supply chains and supply routes that we're going to have to rethink. Well, I think that's what's happening already right now. I mean, at the moment, we have a situation that supply chains are disrupted and an addition of challenges from the pandemic, but the Suez Canal, you'll remember that as well, that incident of the stuck container ship. Even then, we saw that the routes can be relatively flexibly rethought, and the routes are just a knock-on product of sourcing. During the pandemic, we already saw, when the first lockdown was there in China, that some production continued, but not so much in China, but in Vietnam, Taiwan, Korea. So it was, we resourced quite quickly. And I think you're going to see that more. Globalization is changing its face, but it's not going to go away. It will remain. And what Professor Russwurm said is true. You know, just drawing up the drawbridges, cocooning, that's not going to solve the problem. It's not going to solve the starvation in the world, which had significantly improved through globalization. But then the issues like the pandemic, and, of course, the challenges of climate protection. These are things that can only be solved together. And this is why I believe that globalization, perhaps the word of dependency, should be replaced by connections, connectedness. And if we look at the sourcing and supply chains and are flexible there, then I am confident about the future. But still, the question arises, based on the experiences we're going through now, of what rules should be there for these ties and connections. You know, prevention is better than cure. Well, clear rules are hardly new for us in our companies. You refer to China here. We've had ties with China for more than 40 years. They've been clients in Hamburg Harbor. There are 273 billion euros of the German foreign trade balance goes through our harbors. 40% is from China. So there are very clear rules of play in trade. But on the other hand, the way we deal with one another is built up here. And on an equal footing is a rule I would certainly put in place on the basis of mutual respect, and to ensure that issues like the Silk Road isn't a one-way street. This is the biggest European misunderstanding. The Silk Road can go both ways.
Could you tell us a little on the basis of your experience in how to work together with Chinese partners?
Chinese partners are like any other partner. Everybody tries to get an advantage from the relationship, and every company has to make sure that there is a win-win solution for both sides. I have been active in China since the early 1990s, way back for Daimler. I think it's important that we listen, learn, and understand. To some extent, I find China is pretty simple because they say exactly what they want to do. Well, where are the red lines that you see in the media at the moment? They're talking about it all the time. How will we deal with autocracies in the future? Also with countries whose raw materials we may well need, but which do not share our idea of democracy. Where do you at Schaeffler define a no-go? A company normally has a code of conduct, a corporate code of conduct, and this regulates what you do and what you better not do. And of course, all this is embedded in and constrained by legislative systems. When you're looking at the Supply Chain Act, as it will be implemented, then it is obvious that you don't support child labor anywhere in the world. But you don't need a code of conduct for that, or a Supply Chain Act. This should be a matter of course. I mean, common sense or what you've learned at home should tell you that. And I think there is no such thing as the ultimate red line, especially not one drawn by one company. A company cannot draw a red line such as Mr. Obama did in Libya way back. We can only make sure that the framework conditions set by policies are used by us to act within them cleverly and sensibly. And there's no such thing as the ultimate right or wrong. The situation that we have in Ukraine, well, most of us have probably just got it entirely wrong as far as President Putin's policy is concerned, so we need to correct it. Nobody these days would say, oh, well, we don't care about it, let's just go on business as usual. Every company thought, what can we do? And every company said, can we still justify doing business with Russia? We keep to the sanctions. But of course, when it comes to spare parts for certain medical devices or for agricultural machinery, here we had to say we need to be able to justify that we're doing. So it's a differentiated picture. It's not just the one red line. I'll give you one example of something which is of concern to us in management. Much of what we are producing can be used for military devices. Well, in the past, we said we are not getting involved in any kind of weaponry. But looking at the current situation, is this still the right attitude or not? And we haven't finished our debate about that in the company. We need to be a bit time to get the right answer. We had a rule which I still find quite understandable, where we said that ultimately we act on behalf of our shareholders. And particularly when you're a family company, you need to resolve the issues. If your family name is on it, then you can only do what the family likes and considers right, however much you may be quoted on the stock exchange. So ultimately, you act on behalf of the shareholders. And for me, that is the guideline, if you like, that I'm employed by that company and I have to go by the rules they said. Interesting question which you opened, which I'm going to ask an expert tomorrow. Which role is played by the military power of a country, and how much will that affect the economic power of the country as well? I'm looking forward to that debate, but still, let us stick with the issue of China for the time being, because that also raises the issue of human rights. So to you again, where should a red line be drawn? Or what kind of cooperation should European companies consider in the future when working with countries whose ideas are not ours in democracy terms? I think I have 2 or 3 answers to that. First is, we now recognize that in Europe we need to get stronger, which means we need to stand together more. And the second is, we need to work more with what is called like-minded partners, the nucleus of which is the G7, and we need to work on that. A third is the question, though, can we also say we only trade with national economies that live up to our democratic standards. And I think you can't draw that line because we would have far too little. You get lonely, even Germany as an exporting country. No, it's not just that. It's also that you actually would exacerbate the polarization of the world by adopting that attitude. We shouldn't lose direction. I mean, change through trade wasn't easy. It didn't happen on its own, but it's not necessarily all wrong. I mean, if we don't deal with each other in economic terms, you can't say that there is no progress coming out of that. But let me pick up on some of the points made earlier, and there are three things I would like to say. One is, I like the idea of the mutual interconnectedness, and I know that you use that for Russian gas, but generally, you can't always assume that people act irrationally. And I think there are many cases where the behavioral patterns of politics are more or less reasonable. The idea of mutual interconnectedness works. So just because of one event, which probably happens 2 or 3 times in 1 century, that is not the reason for throwing overboard the type of behavior which has been quite successful and promising to be successful for decades. The second is, last week we had the WTO meeting, the 12th Ministerial Conference. The result is far away from what we would like to see. However, we should also say that the result is a great deal better than it looked during the week. The global economic system, the global trade system will be kept alive as a result. And this means there is an opportunity for defining common rules. And China, for selfish reasons, was massively involved, very interested in getting a result. At the moment, this discussion is very much driven to be more independent of China. Can it be possible? Should it be possible? If so, to what extent? Given the discussions you have with businesses, do you think companies can reorient themselves, look to other Asian countries? Can India become the new China? We always look very carefully what the European Chamber of Commerce does in China. Jörg Kuttke is the one. He does an excellent job in Beijing, and they look every year very closely at what companies are doing in China. And I've been doing my job for quite some years, and every year they come to more or less the same result. The companies in China tell us it gets more difficult every year. Equally, I see that there is always a larger number of companies interested in expanding their investment in China more than wish to restrict it. Now, for the first time, there's a slight reversal of that trend. We see, finally, somewhat more companies questioning their investment in China, particularly because of the lockdown policy, which has been so massive as a result of the COVID pandemic. But you know, when we talk to the companies, that doesn't mean to a massive reshoring Europe. Maybe in 1 or 2 strategic areas, but generally companies just look at other parts of Asia. And the point is not necessary to leave China or from China to supply other Asian markets, but to be in China, supply the Chinese market, and then to look at other markets in Asia. Regarding the World Economic Forum, I talked to Joe Stiglitz, the Nobel laureate, and I asked him, what is the alternative? And he didn't talk about India, he talked about Latin America. Do you agree with this perception? Well, I believe that Latin America is an area where Europe has a huge opportunity. The Mercosur agreement, which has been completed, would open up the largest available market at the moment, and we'd be the first, and probably for a long time, the only ones. And it's part of these agreements that we need to get home and dried, I mentioned earlier. But of course, India is also an exciting prospect. Friday, when was it? Last Friday, I actually hosted the Indian Minister of Economics in Brussels. And he didn't make life easy for anybody in the WTO, that's for sure, but it shows, I mean, there is a very great difference in how India sees Europe and the partnership with Europe in geopolitical terms. When you're looking at the numbers, at the moment China, US, and Europe are about equally large for India as the partners. But the Indians assume that there's going to be a massive shift towards Europe. So I think it's not just either Asia or India, but both. What do you mean? The Indian minister made life difficult. Well, difficult. You see, India was one of those countries that, when it came to this ministerial conference, they didn't facilitate the negotiations in every chapter because they had what they considered to be justified concerns. But they also had the opportunity and the ability at the end of the day to contribute to a compromise solution. I think that's quite hopeful. You told us earlier how you replaced steel from Russia. And now you're not replacing just steel, but you're also doing it for rare earths, if I read the Handelsblatt magazine correctly. Yes, but this is only a first attempt. But it's an attempt that I think is of interest. Yeah, well, we are setting up this supply chain. We're trying to make it carbon neutral. And one of the questions is, where does the material come from? What material is it? Can the material be replaced by something else? It's not that this project has a volume where you could say they would replace materials we're obtaining from China at the moment, but still, the approach is very closely linked to innovation. Innovation and climate change meet in that attempt. And this wake-up call, which we had over the past few months, really made that clear, because there's a huge potential for ideas. Suddenly, we're looking at things that years ago we wouldn't even have bothered with. We talked about optimism and about being connected with others. I think this is one area where we could do a great deal more to consider what other options are there. And even in our own company, we find that there are new ideas. And we're getting free spaces. We're releasing potential that we didn't exist. We also, well, we get it, it's supplied, and now we have to rethink matters. Quite positive. And this is how that project you talked about came into being. We're trying something with the rare earths there. Whether it'll work, we'll see. But ultimately, innovation means you test the limits, try something new. I think that's a positive thing. Talking about limits, how much flexibility is possible within your supply chain? Percentage terms. Our supply chains, I must say, are very complex. We are a supplier who supplies all sorts of different business and sectors. We have the job to do lots of little things that often people don't notice, but as soon as something doesn't work, it leads to downtime and rupture of the chain. And we kept asking ourselves, can this be modeled? But I must say, even the best digital models these days can only model what we are doing in a very simple way, oversimplified. We can see that we're doing things so that it works, but to model the very complexity behind it all with everything involved is almost impossible. As a result, if you ask me today, have we got the perfect model? How, in this situation, we rebuild our supply chain? No, we don't. I'm honest about this. We don't have it. It's more a trial and error approach. We have to tread new paths, and we need a bit of luck. So far, the luck has held. And with our sort of Franconian pragmatism, it works. I mean, if I were to tell you, I know exactly how our supply chain can be depicted in a model properly, dynamically, I can tell you, no, I can't. If a consultant says, I'll show you how to do it, the first thing I would show is skepticism. I think I believe you, yes. And just like you, I think there are lots of people, and that's definitely a subject we'll pick up on tomorrow when we're talking about the SAP boss, and that's a subject that you also think about. But of course, I do rely on Hamburg as a harbour facility. That is very clear. But it's a huge challenge for you. What's happening there? What is caused by the pandemic? By everything?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Each challenge in itself is enough, but when they accumulate, then you have a bit of a backlog. 140 ships in front of Shanghai, 120 in front of Los Angeles, and these are big ships you're talking. Yeah, we're talking about 24,000-ton ships, so they're 65 meters wide. You know, we're talking big ships. So 3 to 4% of the world production is floating on the world seas and is stuck somewhere. So flexibility of the logistic chains is a major issue, and it's an issue for us particularly because in the Trieste, Tallinn, Odessa, and Hamburg harbors are where we're active, and on the rails across Europe. So these waves are directly impacting on us. We've introduced a lot of special measures. We've got special areas that we've rented in order to park containers. We've got estimated time of arrival punctuality of minus 99%. None of them are punctual at the moment. In other words, the controlling of the flows of containers is a huge challenge, and this is trimodal, so maritime, rails, and road transport. So that's a big challenge. And communication and cooperation are key because supply chains only work for everyone if everyone cooperates and communicates, because we're only going to be able to solve these problems together. And I think for that, we need an awful lot of effort. So an appeal to everyone involved. We're very open for conversations as to how to solve these problems, because at the moment, these containers are an obstacle in our production. I mean, nobody in the automotive industry would want their semi-finished products stuck on the assembly line, but that's what's happening in the harbors across Europe, causing massive challenges and scarcities as well, bottlenecks that we won't be able to overcome too easy. Here's a question to all three of you, but first a question to you specifically, because you were telling us about the situation in Odessa Harbor, and because we all know that the harbor of Odessa is strategically so incredibly important for Ukraine. How sensitive is it that the European Union gives strategic harbors to investors that are outside of the European Union? Where do you see the potential? But where do you also see the risks? And how can we master these risks constructively? Well, I see European solutions for potential challenges being solved in Europe. Specifically in Odessa, we have set up transport between Trieste and Odessa on land so that sunflower oil and other goods can be transported back and forth. It's working. I think you're referring to Piraeus in Greece, that this happened during the financial crisis in terms of the pressure of the Europeans on Greece. We have to tell it like it is. That wasn't a strategic approach. It was due to the financial crisis at the time. And our response today is that you speak to the CEO, who's a European logistics, and the harbors that I've referred to, Tallinn, Trieste, Odessa, and Hamburg, and all of the rail terminals involved. You know, this can be an appeal to politicians as well, that the antitrust law in Europe should be modernized. It's considerably easier to work with non-European companies and to form a joint venture than it is with European companies. But does it make more sense to ensure that we don't totally take over from outside Europe, but rather only have minority holdings? I'm always open to cooperations. Put it that way. Okay, fine. Go ahead and clap. Be my guest. After all, it's a confirmation of what you said. So one last question to all of you now. Is a more of a holistic question, because the global CEO of Deloitte at the B7 summit said for business, it's not enough in today's day and age to do business for its own sake. You need a more holistic approach. What does trade and industry have to do for society as a whole? Where do you see the responsibilities of business in today's day and age? Well, I think what business has to do is to contribute to solving the problems, and it does that to a high degree. And I think it's not, we cannot say just because the crisis there, business has to talk about other responsibility. Business has always had responsibility. And in the past, we said business is about profit and politicians are working long-term. But from my perspective, business is long-term because you have to think long-term in order to have long-term success. And policymakers are very often just thinking about the next election or even the next tweet to look at it that way. So, yes, business has to take on responsibility, but I think increasingly people are seeing that we're really doing it. I mean, the CEO of Deloitte, who quite rightly said there's the Edelman survey that comes to the conclusion that business is actually trusted more, and for every reason.
Ja, ich kann eigentlich das nur noch mal bekräftigen.
I would certainly support that and say that business companies don't just have a code of conduct and clear ideas and clear values that we communicate to our employees, but we actually live them, not just in difficult times, but always, but perhaps with more emphasis, be it through the ESG or other issues that are being monitored. We do this. But as Harla, for example, for 3 years now, we are a CO2 neutral terminal in Hamburg, the very first certified one and the biggest railway terminal in the world. So CO2 neutrality was something that we introduced over 5 years ago. So it's not just come up now. And that's just one example of many other companies as well who have long been living the values that are being called for now intrinsically in their DNA, and innovation is part of that, and transparency is greater as well through social media. Well, let me say the following here, at the risk of not repeating everything the previous two speakers have said. From my perspective, companies have three main jobs. They produce goods and services, they create jobs and train young employees and young recruits, and with innovation they ensure that Germany or whatever country they work in is fit for the future and is competitive. And the mandate that we have, despite all the responsibility that we naturally take on, all of the values that we may have as a company and are committed to, these three roles, particularly in a crisis situation, must be made very clear. Because there's one thing you cannot get around. Companies are the engine driving any national economy. And if you throw a spanner in the works, it will always mean that the weakest will suffer most. And so the responsibility that we have comes from the three roles that we have. And in a crisis situation like this, with all due respect for the fact that we're not politicians, is something we need to make clear. But if there isn't a strong business, how can policymakers do their job? Thank you very, very much for being here today. Against the background of the TDI, all the best to you. And I'd like to ask you to leave the stage on this side, and would now like to pass the floor on to my colleague. Yes, thank you very much to the first panel at this Day of German Industries. It was fascinating. We learned a lot, and it was about the question of the new global order. But now we're going to talk about one of the biggest players on the world market, China. China is a straightforward partner in some ways, but not everyone sees it that way. Now we want to look at it in a bit more detail, not least looking at German-Chinese business relations, and to imagine a world where we don't have China. We're now going to ask someone who knows China well, a China watcher, who runs the Asia program of the European Council on Foreign Relations, a specialist on China, Dr. Janke Oetler.
Schön, dass Sie da sind an dieser Stelle.
Ms. Oetler, very glad to have you here. Is it the case that despite all of the risks that we have when we just experienced around Shanghai, were the German companies too optimistic, too naive, too long? in terms of China? Well, I think what we can basically say that over the last 10 years, there was a lot of wishful thinking. But what we also have to say is that the BDI, Federation of German Industries, was really visionary here, because what we've seen in the last 3 years in terms of developments regarding our perspective of China and how it's developed here in Germany particularly, many of these impulses of thinking China differently, more realistically, in a new way, came out of industry. From the minds who had to deal with China every day, who are on the ground in China, who see the difficulties with a stakeholder like this, who just has a very different position on the world market. But all the same, you're saying we often misunderstand China, misassess it wrong, this state capitalism. How do you measure this? How do you see this? What are the important points? Well, you said it really well. I mean, the Chinese say very clearly what they want, but we have to listen closely, not just the things we want to hear them saying, but also the things that we really don't like to hear. For example, that the aim is to make the world more dependent on China, but China is supposed to become more independent from the world. That brings many consequences for German and European industry. So we have to look quite closely at what points and what consequences this means for us. We can't get by without China. Would you agree with that? We are one-sidedly dependent. Well, we have to look at these dependencies. You know, there are critical areas where we are very dependent, and where on the panel, I think it was very clear that the word diversification was referred to very often. We are thinking very, very hard about this question on the top echelons of German business. But we shouldn't over-exaggerate our dependency, because that leads to fear in society. And then many people think, oh no, 80%, 90% of our trade, we can't manage without China. But putting this in relation and say, well, these are experts, you know, and just to look at the actual numbers again and see how dependent are we as a national economy really? And where can we afford to be and where can't we afford to be? Where are these strategic areas where we have to become more independent? Because otherwise, if there's a conflict, and there we have to be very realistic, and such conflicts are getting closer and becoming more likely, that would really break our necks. Yeah, in terms of the future, I mean, China produces rare earths. They're responsible for all sorts of renewable energies for wind turbines, e-mobility, e-cars. I mean, that dependency alone is one that's difficult when the EU is pushing towards renewables through the war in Ukraine and the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. Isn't that going to make this dependencies even stronger? It will if we don't do anything. And I think policymakers have understood this, business has understood that, but where we really have to go away and think about it, can it be the case that the European wind industry is not competitive? Under these conditions, it cannot happen. We must ensure that China on international markets has to adhere to rules of play, but we can't do it on our own. We can only do it with partners. We can only do it together. And then we have to see China as what it is, namely not a country that sticks to the rules of play particularly well. It is a superpower, a major power that has its own ideas, and it's forcing its rules on us. So we need to prevent this with many, many partners together, because otherwise we will not remain competitive long term. And the telecommunications industry around 5G has showed that very clearly. Well, that would also mean that we've got Russia, one autocracy, would be exchanged for another autocratic system. Well, that's polemic. You know, if you say, oh, we're running from the dependence on Russian gas, on dependence for China, for green technologies on China. But if you want to talk about what political discourses we need for this, you know, if we have a finance minister who talks about freedom energies, then the German population thinks, yay, we want it. We're independent. How good is that? We've got renewables, but it's just not as simple as that. There are costs involved. It has complexities that we cannot yet ascertain. We have to make that clear, and we have to be a lot more honest on a political level about what's going on here and say, yeah, but long term, it will mean dependency. We can diversify some things. There'll be higher costs involved. And we have to assess these risks differently, but it has a price. And for that, we need a social debate so that we can deal with it politically.
And we also need to look very closely at this huge empire, as you say we have too Eurocentric a view of China. What do you mean? I think we need to understand the hierarchy of priorities. We assumed for too long that China ticks in just one way, namely business comes first, profit is right at the top, and getting the business up and running and keeping it running. And for some time that was their premise. But we see empirically that in many places now political targets come first. The COVID strategy shows it best. I mean, that's one way in which they just put their growth towards zero for a brief period and hurt their own economy because they have a particular political objective which they're pursuing. And we need to tackle this. If Siemens says China doesn't get economic growth, that would be wrong. Nobody can say that companies need to turn their back on China, but we need to look at the risk adjustment and the way that the Chinese prioritize risks and to take that into account and say it can happen that in China suddenly other priorities are foremost. And I mean, we see that as part of the Ukraine war, that Russia and China are coming closer. You say that Russia has a Sinocentric point of view. In other words, Russia focus on China. Yes, you can say that. What we saw at the beginning of February, that Putin visited Beijing for the Olympic Games, had his discussions, that was a bit of a beginning of almost a new world order. It was the idea that Russia prepares for a Sinocentric world and basically places a wager that China is going to be the world power. So their strategic relationship, their view of China and their position vis-à-vis China, particularly strategically, needs to be improved and realigned. And that's something which should give us grave cause for concern. That's why I said it's worth listening closely, looking closely. The Sino-Russian declaration of February, that should be obligatory reading. It's frightening. If only 50% of what they said will become true, then we need to gear up to a completely different age, a different order. When we're talking about political decisions in the UN Security Council to how they shape the world economic order, or even the global narrative, political narrative, and who is responsible and responsible for the consequences. Do you think that this global political narrative that Russia is talking about, does that mean that Russia had no choice but to act the way they did? And that what China is doing in African countries, well, we see. I mean, Western expansionism, NATO, all we are doing is self-defense in action. And that means that energy prices and food prices go sky high. It's down to the West. And we in Europe should say, no, that's not the reason. The reason is the war. The reason for food prices going up and energy prices going up. So we need to sort of draw a very clear line of where our position is. We have to give them a counter-narrative as well as good suggestions. Can't say we need 3 years politically to start a European global infrastructure initiative. We need to get faster, stronger. Politics and business need to work much more closely together. I think German and European businesses are quite willing to do this. I think politicians need a bit of a shove in the right direction. Perhaps tomorrow that become clearer. I mean, you know, a bit of a bucket of cold water over Putin's head, metaphorically speaking, would be a good idea. So we shouldn't take too small a view of ourselves. Thank you very much for these insights that you shared with us.
And
we are staying with the issue. The New World Order, globalization, is basically being tested and recalibrated. And this links us to some important questions we want to discuss with our next question.
Lineup, which is pretty great. And the person I'd like to welcome on stage first is an important voice when it comes to the recalibration of the world order as we know it. Also about forming new partnerships, especially between Europe and Africa. Please welcome with me the Minister of Economy, Planning and International Cooperation of Senegal, Amadou Hott. Stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that you still have energy left to go through this session. Honorable members of the German government, Dr. Siegfried Rousmorf, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Honorable members of the B7, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is an honor for me, on behalf of the Senegalese government, to participate at this TDI this year. I would like to thank Dr. Siegfried for the invitation and for the warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering comes at a time of difficult macroeconomics and social conditions, making us rethink whether globalization has benefited the African continent. The pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine have further shown us the unevenness of resilience and recovery, evidenced by the restriction on access to vaccines and effectiveness of fiscal and monetary policies, among others. For example, the pandemic has also highlighted how interconnected the world is today and how one event in one part of the world has rippling effects on another part as a byproduct of globalization. Why I believe that the globalization has had a positive impact in the global economy, including in Africa, we need to recognize that much progress still needs to happen. Africa has much suffered from the negative effects of globalization, such as, for example, those of climate change, the COVID pandemic, and the war in Ukraine. There have been heavy reliance on limited suppliers of energy, for example. This has led to drastic increase of oil and gas prices. Africa's heavy reliance on one supplier for wheat and fertilizer, for example, within a globalized framework is a big issue today. For Senegal, the impact of the Ukraine crisis on our budget is equivalent today to 3.2% of GDP because of the increase on energy prices and food prices and fertilizer. At the same time, we know that the continent today, with its 1.4 billion people and its $2.6 trillion GDP, accounts only for 3% of global trade, while a country like Singapore, for example, with 5.6 million people and $400 billion of GDP only, accounts for 6% of world trade. We'll come to that later, I'm sure. It's because also Africa is not adding value to its products and is not itself really trading with itself. We hope that the new agreement, the continental free trade area, will help us resolve that issue. Africa, as you know, is living a democratic boom that will create the next global center with the world's largest market in 2050, with 2.5 billion consumers, mainly young people. And that is an opportunity of growth for your industries. We know also it is a challenge for us. Africa is over 30 million square kilometers, big enough to fit all G7 countries, to fit China, to fit India, and we will still have some space left. This means that we really need massive investments in infrastructure. If you have that landmass, the infrastructure gap is brutal, and we need to work together to really help resolve that gap. I'll just talk about 3 important issues for us. Number one, to resolve those issues, we need to front-load investments. Today in Africa, every year, we invest, give or take, about 40 to 50 billion in infrastructure. but the gap is $130 to $180 billion, which means then we need to front-load investments, which means then things that we are waiting to do in 50 years' time need to be done in 10, 15 years' time if we want to make the world a better place, if we want to create more markets and more opportunities for your own companies, for B7 companies. It will build the resilience of the continent against many crises. Manufacturing, for example, now in Senegal and in other African countries, COVID vaccines and other vaccines is an example of front-loading. It's a $220 million investment with the government, the European Union, the European team, the US with DFC, the IFC, that will help us be a hub for vaccine production, and this is critical. Projects such as, for example, the Dakar-Tambacounda and Kédougou Rail. It's a $3 to $4 billion rail project, which we must execute if we are to take the thousands of trucks off the road and make the environment better. And that requires massive investments, and the private sector alone cannot do it. The government has to build the trucks and work with the private sector, your private sector, for example, to exploit that rail, which is critical for Senegal and critical in West Africa. But for that, we need cheaper financing, longer-term, innovative financial instruments to work also with the private sector. There is a need to mutualize initiatives such as the Global Gateway, the B3W led by the US, called now, I understand, the Global Infrastructure, to really mutualize and work together so that we can raise the funding necessary, which is available on the market, and co-execute those projects with B7 companies and African companies. Co-execution is key. We want to work with your companies, for example, as EPC contractors, to execute those massive projects, but in partnership with our companies as well. Today, the export credit market, for example, the rules, the terms are not in line with the funding required for our different projects. So we need to have blended finance, what we call blended export credit finance with your companies. One last thing on energy transition. It's very important for Africa to exploit its gas, to not only industrialize, but also to be an alternative supplier for Europe and for other countries. Senegal, for example, is investing heavily in renewable energy. Our energy mix is 30% today renewable energy. We want to do, for example, hydro projects, but the financing available today makes the tariff higher and making the consumers pay a higher tariff. Can we mobilize blended finance to make that tariff more acceptable for us? I think we can do that if we work together, G7 countries with their B7 companies and our companies working together to advance all those initiatives. In 2050, 20 years from now, when our children and grandchildren will read the history books, they will see what we have done today, what we are deciding today, and I hope that we will be bold in mobilizing capital, resources, technology, know-how for Africa, for B7 countries, and for the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Hart. Yes, wonderful. I'd like to invite you to our panel now. Please take a pillar, so to speak. And I would also like to invite all the further panelists on stage now, please. Hallo, Herr Rems. Hallo, Herr Baumann. Bieten Sie sich bitte einen Platz an. Hello, Ms. Clark. So, some introductory words from me. We want to narrow our perspective now down to supply and value chains. How do we need to reshape and reorganize in order to become what has been the buzzword during this pandemic? Resilient. Yeah, uncertainty is the new normal, and I want to discuss this with the following panelists. First with us is Roland Harings, CEO of Aurubis, the leading European copper manufacturer, which is a key element to renewable energy, so it will be becoming more important in the future. Also with us is Werner Baumann, CEO of Bayer. Welcome. The multinational pharmaceutical and life sciences company. Suzanne Clark is with us, the president and CEO of the US Chamber of Commerce, the nation's largest business lobby. Great to have you with us, Ms. Clark. And of course, Mr. Amadou Hott joined us, the Minister of Economy, Planning and International Cooperation of Senegal. Good to have you with us. So, Ms. Clark, to set the ground, so to speak, what are you tracking right now concerning resilience or lack thereof, especially in the American market?
Well, thank you for that question. I think we were talking a little bit in the green room about the fact that it's important we're having these conversations, but also that we might start on a slightly more optimistic note, which is there was a lot about the supply chains in the last 2 years that proved to be pretty resilient. And if you start from raw materials and ideas all the way through PPE and vaccines and getting them distributed, perhaps not as well as we would have liked, but still much more than we would have thought possible in just 2 years. And so some pieces of the supply chain certainly were working. In the United States, what we worry about the most vis-a-vis the supply chain is probably two things. One, making sure that we're diversifying, having more than one customer, having more than one supplier. But also we have a big worker shortage. And so part of what the consumer feels as a problem in the supply chain is frequently a lack of truck drivers, people working at the ports. And so figuring out how the bottlenecks we can control, we work to control, is something we're very focused on.
Okay, so Mr. Baumann, would you agree? Did you manage quite well? Were you already resilient during the pandemic concerning supply and value chains?
Well, I guess resiliency is always a question of the current state of affairs, and the challenges that we are facing. And looking at the last 2.5, 3 years, I think 4 years ago, nobody would have thought that we would see such a massive sequence of crises, because not just one. It's not only the pandemic, which is far from over, but we also have a massive second crisis now, which has been triggered by the Ukraine-Russia war. And looking at our company, for example, I can say that we, of course, see areas where we have Achilles heels that were not that visible before, depending on our manufacturing footprint, but also look at the resiliency of our supplier networks, where a lot of the stress that we saw was not driven by an inability to supply, but was more about an inability to get products across borders when the pandemic hit, because a lot of governments closed borders, and with that provided an additional signal of stress into the supply chain, which then of course led to companies going for extra purchases in order to stock up, in order to make sure that they could continue to supply, which then has further exacerbated this crisis.
So, Mr. Harings?
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, what just to spin the question a little bit. What turned out to be your superpower in securing supplies, and what was your Achilles heel, as Mr. Baumann said?
It was, I think, this crisis, and I'm absolutely with my colleague here, there is crisis after crisis. But what we have seen is that our business model has been confirmed by this crisis. And if I just reduce this to the 3 main points, what we have done in the past and what are doing since many years, it's diversification of supply chains. So to give you a bit of background, Aurubis, we are purchasing about 2.5 million tons of copper concentrate from more than 35 different mines around the world. So when we saw in the pandemic, like you said, that harbors were closed or, let's say, shipments were difficult, we always were able, with a lot of effort, I have to admit, but we were always able to find an alternative source for supply, and we kept our plants completely running. The second point is recycling. We have, since many years, increased the recycling quota in our company. And today we are recycling 1 million tons of different complex metal-containing materials in our, as we call this, smelter network. So also here, when something was not possible, like again, borders closed or Spain down in pandemic, we had alternatives because we had this network, we have a long-term relationship with our suppliers. So this also helped us, again, to keep everything sourced and supported. And the third thing, what we have also done since many years, to decarbonize. So the dependency from fuel energy has been also reduced for special coal qualities or special fuel qualities which were typically used in the copper or the metal processing industry, has been reduced. And today we produce with about half the CO2 footprint, which comes with the electrification we have done, our materials. So if I take these 3 points, they made us, I think, very strong and brought the resilience that we, in pandemic, in crisis and everything, also here Russia, again, we immediately stopped supply from Russia, which were limited, and we had alternatives. So therefore, I think this diversification and all these elements is something that the business is in charge of. What we need is the support from the politics that we can really build this diversification. And that's something that we have seen in the past as being, I would say, limited support, because we tend to get a lot of restrictions in supply chain statements, in, let's say, which countries we should deal with or not. So here, if there would be one thing I would ask, or we should work on, that there is more understanding on the political side, how business can be supported so that these diversification, as broad as possible, can be done.
Diversification.
Please.
Get a little applause. No, an even bigger one now. Okay. I'd like to stand on that point, or I'd like to stay there for a second. Diversification could also be translated in making new friendships. And there I'm directing the question to you, Minister Hott. Chancellor Scholz just went to Senegal to visit you, and you described the outcome of this as a possible win-win partnership. Do you care to elaborate?
Yes, definitely. As I mentioned earlier, Africa can provide alternatives to G7 countries in terms of not only procurement of certain raw materials, including gas, but also as potential future markets, which will help, let's say, companies in Europe, for example, have different customers and not rely only on a few partners and be definitely at risk. Germany and Senegal, we are working together. We'll see how far we will go in terms of being able to provide gas to Germany in the near term. Discussions are ongoing. We have some energy companies developing these gas fields in Senegal. They have already some customers. But who knows, Germany could be one of them. But what's important for us is to accelerate some of the gas development that we were thinking of starting in 27, for example, to start them now with the help of, let's say, strong off-takers like companies or governments in Europe that will help us raise the funding that is needed to develop that gas and ship it over here through the LNG that we are developing as well.
I'd like to broaden the view now. You already talked about diversification as a possible tactic to tackle resilience, but there's also a lot of voices to be heard that say we should store more or reshore. How is your view on that, Mr. Baumann?
I think that is, in a number of areas, certainly meaningful. Yeah, when it comes to your strengthening companies in the situations of crisis, but I don't think that nearshoring or this idea of verticalization of supply chains is a really good idea. All of us have benefited for the last decades from a really diversified, global, multilateral, and open world, and it would be very short-sighted to put this into play. Because if you really think it through to the last consequence, verticalization in order to produce a product means having everything under control. Politically, it's a great idea, but I think economically, And also, by the way, politically, this is very, very dangerous. First of all, we do have an existing installed base of capital and resource that does the trick today. I think the world has more challenges than funding available. If I look at global warming, the climate crisis that we are facing, the fact that Ukraine at one point in time has to be rebuilt. We have an aging population. We have many, many, many other priorities. And then going into heavily redundant investments of capital stock doesn't sound like a great idea to me. Secondly, nearshoring, or let's say nationalization, also means that some of the value add that creates jobs and prosperity in a number of other countries will actually fall victim of such a policy. So from my perspective, I would actually argue heavily against it.
Okay. What's your view on that, Ms. Clark? Do we experience a shift now from just in time to just in case, or does it come at a too high price?
One of the fears we always have about government is they're regulating to the last crisis, instead of looking forward to a new economy, to new situations. I agree with my colleague that we have so much we're confronting at one time. And so I think the role of government is to not do any harm, and to really take a step back and a deep breath. I think companies are rethinking what has to be made at home, what could be more effective closer to home, but cannot rethink an entire supply chain. It would create new bottlenecks and new problems and wrong redundancies and a bad use of capital. And so I think where we sit at the U.S. Chamber, it's really about thinking there are things for our defense industry and others that have to be made at home. There are other things that might be closer to home, but we'll always have a global supply chain. I mean, we're not going back, and we shouldn't go back.
This might also lead countries to withdraw from other markets, this reshoring, Minister Hott. What's your view on that? I mean, this also means that there might be jobs lost and opportunities lost in other countries.
Yeah, it could be the case maybe in Asia. I don't expect it to be really the case with Africa because, I don't see any issues really exporting goods or services or raw material or semi-finished products to Europe today. So the risk is not really Africa. You have to look at it from somewhere else. Actually, to the contrary, we're expecting maybe more industries, more manufacturing to come into Africa because, we have the same time zone. We are very close to each other. Shipping things to Europe takes only 5-6 days, for example, from Dakar. And we're building the infrastructure as well in Senegal, for example, and in several African countries so that we can welcome those new investments, whether it's special economic zones or industrial parks or strengthening the regulatory environment or even government providing incentives for companies to locate or relocate to Africa, in particular Senegal, is something real. One thing is that we shouldn't just look at Africa also as one country. It's 54 countries, different competitive advantages. So each country has its own competitive advantage, and I think the B7 countries can use that to see where they can locate some of the manufacturing capabilities that they have somewhere else. That might be more cost efficient to bring it to Africa than even to bring it to Europe.
Mr. Harrings, you already called out the politics. What actions do they need to take, do governments and leaders need to take in order to form a more resilient economy?
I can give one very good example of what happened and how complicated it sometimes is. We were as a company in very intensive discussion with a mine developer, developing a mine in Panama. You know that copper concentrates or mining activities are quite often in let's say, more distant, different countries. A perfect mine, all sustainability criteria. It was really a top-notch developer. We wanted to enter into a very long-term agreement combined with the financing. The problem was this mine had energy production, electricity production with a coal-fired power plant. And this didn't meet our extreme standards that we apply here in Germany. And in the end, we couldn't make the project because we couldn't really support this financing. And that's for me such a typical example that we should enter in these projects. As I always say, stay and improve. There was the willingness on the mining operator side to think about how can we build renewable energy in the future. But we were not able to convince the stakeholders, the political, also the banking sector, to accept that this transformation way will take some time. Let's get started, and then we invest jointly and continue with our clear set of values, code of conduct, which was already mentioned today, to even improve this project further. And that's something which I would also, in the whole discussion about the supply chain legislation which is coming, rather stay and improve. A certain minimum criteria have to be met. I don't argue about this. But let's enter into projects and then with our positive aspects, with our support, develop them further, then just always have the highest expectations and then walk away, because the risk is somebody else is going to do these projects and we are not diversifying and we don't have then the source of supply, in this case of raw materials.
Looking for another good example here, looking at you, Mr. Baumann. You formed a partnership with Planet Labs, actually. That is with Planet Labs. Bayer formed a partnership with Planet Labs?
That's news to me, but maybe.
So satellite data and everything, also, as I read, to improve your supply chain resilience. You don't know anything about that? But how can actually this...
Maybe I should, but that we have a partnership with Planet Labs?
Planet Labs.
Planet Labs.
Leading provider of SkySat imagery.
First time I hear about it, yeah. But if you say it, must be true, yeah. So, but I can maybe I can latch on to Mr. Harings. I can only second what was said. What we see is not necessarily always pro-business and pro-common sense. In particular, in continental Europe, we have that situation that a lot of the regulatory activity is driven by an overly cautious approach, which is actually risk avoidance rather than opportunity oriented, which means that for many of us, it's actually very, very difficult. And ecosystems with great ideas can only flourish if an idea is nurtured and then helped along to, let's say, full success. And if I look at our company, and you made that example as well, the situation in Europe is not such that that would be the case. One of my colleagues has started to talk about Europe as the Silicon Valley of regulation, which is not necessarily a compliment, because if that's our main competitive advantage, I have no hope for Europe.
Okay, Ms. Clark, you were nodding a lot right now. Quick thoughts on what was shared, please.
Well, I was going to add to it, to what both of the gentlemen said. What we see a lot in the United States, and I think in some of the other B7 countries, is when every election is a swing election, then companies don't have in the United States more than a 2 to 4 year window to think about capital investment. And so when every administration is going to have a completely different regulatory approach to energy infrastructure or to pharmaceutical regulations or to food regulations, it becomes very hard for capital, as we were talking about earlier, Minister, capital is going to go where it's wanted and where it's safe and where it's stable. And so we've got to decide that we're making progress, and the progress is the important part, but to have some kind of sure landscape where companies feel they can make a longer term capital investment than worry that every 2 years, the United States in particular, will have a completely different regulatory scheme.
So resilience comes at a cost. We already heard it requires technology, like from Planet Labs, maybe, Mr. Baumann. And in the future, it will also have lots more to do with sustainability. You already addressed the Supply Chains Act that's coming up in the EU, the one that is currently underway in Germany. Do you think, Mr. Harings, that puts an additional strain on an already struggling economy?
I don't think so. I think it's a continuation of what most or all the companies I know are already doing since long. We are doing, for example, a business partner screening since many, many years. We really look with whom are we business? Is this a company which applies the same values, the same rules? Is this a decent business partner with whom we can work for long term? I'm more concerned about, again, the regulation which comes on top of this. If you see one example like taxonomy, what is being developed in Brussels now, I have to say it's quite shocking what kind of administrative burden, and also I have to say, we are here between us, this is done in a very, I would say, not in a very good way how it is formulated. I see the teams, and I hear this from other companies too, they are really struggling because it's ambiguous, it's not clear, it's far too detailed. And these kind of regulations, these things in the sustainability context, these are more my concern than what we as a company continue to do and perhaps even accelerate towards the future. So here a bit more trust and support again from the politicians into the industry. We don't need to be convinced about sustainability or about decarbonization. The only thing is we need to find the right transformation path so that we can meet all the needs of the stakeholders, also our investors. So we cannot do everything overnight, and that's what I don't see so much in the regulation that is coming from, especially from Brussels these days.
Coming back to the Supply Chains Act, what are your views on that, Mr. Baumann? I mean, you have to monitor every single station along the supply chain concerning human rights and sustainability. Isn't this really stressful and a lot of work that you can't do without?
Well, you know, it's part of doing business. How else can we make sure that we have proper control of adherence to, say, quality standards, that we have proper control relative to what you said earlier, the adherence to our basic principles that we apply to everything that relates to business, for example, when it comes to the avoidance of child labor. And if I look at that example in particular, we do go and audit because we have a number of business lines that are prone in our supply chain to child labor, and that is something that nobody at Bayer wants. So first of all, it's setting the right level of expectations, having the right policies out there, selecting the right suppliers, and then also monitoring compliance is a key part. So that's a closed loop process that you have to apply if you want to, let's say, guarantee a certain level of standard inside of the value chain. So we do it all the time across the board. Like many big companies, we have thousands of suppliers. We apply different standards. We have regular audits that we do ourselves with our strategic core supplier base, and then the supplier base that stands a higher risk of, let's say, sustainability issues. When it comes to climate or, let's say, labor conditions. Forced labor, for example, is another good topic. And these are the things that we do ourselves. And then we use, of course, also third-party help when it comes to the assessment of overall adherence in our broader supplier base. So we do that all the time. And when it comes to sustainability and, of course, developing a business is actually not an either-or. The way that we think about it is similar to what you do in Aurubis. Sustainability has become an integral part of our strategy and our business operations. So it is not an either-or, it is part of business. And I believe that developing sustainable solutions is the only way to stay relevant and in business for the next decades to come.
Minister Hott, what would you say? Is it actually like sustainability might be even working in favor of resilience?
Yeah, I would say so, but each country has its special situation. If you look at Africa, for example, today, our priority really is to give access to electricity to the 650 million people who do not have access to electricity, meaning that kids are not going to school at night, are not studying at night, women and young people don't have economic opportunities, poverty remaining there. So that special situation, I think, needs to be taken into account before making rules and regulations, for example, that prevent financing, let's say, gas projects, let's say, in countries like ours. At the same time, also pursuing decarbonization with new technologies such as the hydrogen, green hydrogen, can give us a lot of opportunities because we have the wind, we have the solar, so we have the water. If you have all of that, you can be a leader in that field if you have the right investments partnering our countries. But pending we get there, we must utilize the gas that we have in Africa to help fast-track Africa's development. And if Africa was to use all its gas today, all its gas, which is impossible, then we'll add to global emissions only 0.5%. We'll go from 3% only to 3.5%. At the same time, transform our economies, our industries, create wealth, and create the savings that we need to reinvest massively in green hydrogen, in renewable energies, and so on and so forth. Because today, the industrialized world, let's not forget, has utilized all the resources available for the last 100 years, whether it's gas, oil, coal, to build wealth. And so it will be hard for us to say, don't use it, and there is no alternative. Africa is happy to decarbonize, to use other alternatives, if we are provided with those alternatives. To just keep that in mind in terms of global regulations. Yeah.
Something you probably look at very closely at green hydrogen, which is not yet a reality, Mr. Harings.
But it's around the corner. It's around the corner. I think it can be done from a technical point of view, and I'm an engineer, so I'm very optimistic that we are getting all the building blocks together. There are still challenges on the supply chain, the right say vessels who can transport hydrogen, but I'm very confident that we have enough engineering and technology power to deliver these solutions. And but one thing is clear: as Germany or as a company which is energy intensive and will stay to be energy intensive, we need affordable, sustainable, and available energy 24/7. So that's what we have to take into account, and I think this solution is not clear yet how this will be designed specifically in a German or European context, because we need base load. We can do a lot with wind and solar, but this is limited. Let's say Senegal, you have much more sun than we, so there is probably more time in the year, but what we still have to see is what is the plan, the long-term plan. How will our energy system look like in Europe, in Germany in the future? And again, specifically, what is the baseload solution and how competitive will this baseload solution be? Because otherwise, if we don't answer this question positively, an industry like ours, which is, let's say, supplying material to world mark prices, we are a price taker in the metals, copper, zinc, tin, whatever we are doing, we will not be competitive. Then these supply chain, where we are today very, let's say, happy that we had them with the resilience, but if the energy mix and the price for energy is not long-term, the perspective to stay competitive, we will have a problem. And this industry and other industry have disappeared in Europe for this specific reason. So therefore, we need to be, again, there was the statement said, ehrlich machen. So we need to be honest with each other. What's the model going forward and what are the price tags for that?
Mr. Baumann, Mr. Baumann, you took your microphone when Mr. Harings was just talking. What would you like to add?
I always take it so I can add to what you said. So on energy, we are not that energy intense anymore. So our energy footprint is about 1% of our sales. Yeah, so relatively limited, but still without access to energy 24/7 and really reliable. The issue that comes with it is that we cannot really plan and execute our operations. And it goes even further that beyond our ability to mitigate, for example, that major issue in gas shortage that we might face in Europe. We will not be able, and in particular in Germany, we will not be able to mitigate it in our supply chain. And then we have these interdependencies where we actually get supplies from other partners in chemical parks as precursor for our products. So if they are allocated less than what we would need as their byproducts, our manufacturing and our products would stand. Yeah, so I can only second what you say. Affordable, reliable energy supply is the lifeline of really every business around.
And if I just add one point, as a raw material producer, if you see where, let's stay for a second with the metal copper, and we want to build more renewable energy, which is always electric cars, everything is more copper intensive that we want to have for the future. So I think it's in our best interest that we strengthen this industry, that we have boundary conditions, that this industry can provide the starter stock for so many other industries and companies here in Europe.
Ms. Clark, I'd like to include you in our discussion now. You already were part of the B7 summit this morning and talked about climate clubs and decarbonization and underlined the importance of a level playing field in these regards. But when it comes to the EU Supply Chain Act, it's actually an uneven playing field that is created, isn't it?
You know, it's interesting because this is my first B7 in person since becoming CEO. It wasn't quite the same on Zoom last year, I have to say. And to broaden your question a little bit, I would just say this. While we have focused a lot at this meeting and at the B7 on the challenges that we all face, and we know what they are and we know what a complex time this is, the state of the business associations is quite strong. And I think this idea that as alliances, as partners, as the private sector, there's a lot of innovation that we can unleash. There's a lot we can do to both solve these problems and innovate and capture and create opportunities and to become a more economically inclusive world. And I was encouraged at our meeting with the Chancellor today, at our meeting with all the B7 all day, that we might do this work together. And so that's real resiliency, not just beyond the supply chain. But it counts on a really strong, robust private sector. And so I think it's been quite a successful conference and an important message for us all to take away.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the communique you today took over to Chancellor Scholz?
Not in the 2 minutes and 42 seconds the clock says that we have.
Maybe concerning our topic right now, which is supply chains, value chains,
I feel
diversification.
It was really interesting to me, again, attending my first B7, how detailed the communique was, how robust the suggestions are and the recommendations are. And I think we've discussed here a number of the things that have to happen for government and private sector to work together to solve them. And I know this sounds really crazy because nobody wants to read. How many pages is it? 50? 45? Long? No one wants to read anything that long? It's worth it. It's worth looking at all of the details of the hard work that went into figuring out how together we can solve these big challenges.
Yes, please.
Yeah, for us in Africa, what's really important is that whenever regulations, rules are made globally and that will affect Africa, we would like to be at the table to give our perspective. That's why President Macky Sall is advocating, for example, for Africa to be part of the G20. Because if you put our GDP together, we are $2.6 trillion, the 8th largest in the world, and EU also is a member of G20. So the African Union can be a member of the G20, since most of the issues discussed there, you know, would have to be implemented by Africa, whether it's climate change, debt, etc. It's Africa. So Africa being a member, not an invited guest. My president used to say that whenever a presidency takes over, they just choose to invite Africa or not. But if you're a member, then every year you are there, you can make your voice so that our special circumstances are taken into account.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister Hort. I'd like to leave it at that. Ms. Clark has the time closely regarded, so you must know what I'm talking about. I fill you in about the Planet Labs thing right now, Mr. Baumann. We have some time in our hands right now. Thank you, Mr. Harrings. Thank you, Mr. Baumann, Ms. Clark, and Minister Hort for a wonderful discussion. Good to have you.
Thank you very much.
on some of the issues, the pandemic, the supply chains. We've heard several times today which impact the pandemic still has on the economy and on firms individually with regards to supply chains, for example. But we are now going to talk about the pandemic from a different perspective, from the health perspective. What have we learned? What future steps are still necessary? And it's important to remember we still are in the middle of a pandemic, and we all don't know how this will play out in fall, for example. And we're not sure which economic consequences that this will have. But what we do know from the past years is how interconnected health and economy are. And this is what I would like to discuss now with Dr. Borla and Dr. Montag. Please join me on stage. Very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us and giving us a different perspective on health and its meaning for a prosperous economy also, and for talking to us about perhaps more inclusive approaches to global health, which is very important in these times. The minister from Senegal just touched briefly, as he mentioned, Africa really suffered from this pandemic. And it also touched me when he said just now, we would just like to have a seat at the table and give our perspective. Let's see where that takes us and what we see in future happening. From there, if you think back about these past 2 years, let's begin with the pandemic. COVID-19 has caused heartbreak all around the world. And I think we've seen images that most of our generations probably did not think were possible, and we are hoping not to see again. And I do have to touch on the past because I want to know, what do we learn from the past for the future? So why did this play out so badly? Why were we not better prepared?
First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here and share the stage with you. I have to say that there are a lot of things that we did extremely well. So we should not lose an eye of what science and human ingenuity was able to accomplish. It was a period of darkness that we thought that would take us years to get out of it. Though some miracles happened, miracles like the development of vaccines or treatments in months instead of years, and the ability of the industry to scale up manufacturing so that within few months, the entire world will have enough capacity. So these were things that I think work very well. Now, there were certainly things that didn't work as well as we would like to see. People were afraid, and fear is not a good advisor. And equity, it is easier to say than try to do. For the first months, for example, of the pandemic, the US was not allowing us to export anything outside the US, and I have to give that to Europe. The production that we were having in Europe, despite the fact that Europe was facing significant political pressures to get enough vaccine, Europe allowed us to export 50% of the manufacturing that was happening in Europe outside of Europe. US or India didn't allow anything to go out for months, for the first several months of the existence, and only after they covered their own needs, they allowed. That didn't work well. So I think that should be a lesson for the future.
Would you say that Europe showed a more human face
yes.
in this crisis?
Yes, I think so, more responsible face. The US, immediately after the end of the first several months, they jumped into the challenge, and they did also great things for humanity. Let's not forget that US bought 1 billion doses at cost of vaccines, so we didn't lose money, but we didn't make also money. But they bought it, and then they gave it for free to the entire world. So that was something that I think it was a nice thing for them to do. But nevertheless, the first 6 months, that were the first difficult months, Europe certainly treated the world way better. I need to be honest.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's why we're here all together. We want to have an honest discussion. This is something we heard again and again today. We need to be open, and we need to talk about the tough issues if we want to move forward. What is your perception? What went wrong, and would we do better the next time? And I think there probably will be a next time. We don't know what it will be, but there will be.
So I want to share an optimistic perspective, and as Sigi Rosvam said, optimism is part of the definition of being an entrepreneur. But I think on the comment what we have learned, I think we have to make clear in societies, as much as we have, the fire brigade, or we have the Technische Hilfswerk also, we have the military for difficult situations. That when it comes to pandemic preparedness, we need to define who is in charge. Mm-hmm. And we don't really have that. So, and we cannot task the individual community hospital to be prepared, while the incentive and the KPIs given to whether it's public or private is totally different. So I think this is the big thing which needs to happen now. There are topics like the Center for Pandemic Preparedness, which is now founded in Berlin by the World Health Organization and so on. Maybe there are competing institutions, but I think this topic of who is in charge for the preparedness is a super important one. So my opinion, but I think it's pretty logical. Second topic where I'm positive is, and I want to echo this, when it comes to understanding a new disease, not only understanding it, finding the right diagnosis, the diagnostic tools, finding a therapy, has been really done in record speed. And I think what we can learn for other diseases is that we have nationwide scoreboards. What is the infection rate? What is the vaccination rate? We monitor public health when it comes to COVID, and we know where are the gaps. We don't have the same in other pandemics which we got used to, like cancer or cardiovascular disease. We don't know who has the right treatment, who is informed, how do nations compare, and so on. So I think this aspect of how do we manage other diseases, which are as heartbreaking and even more prevalent, I think that is the learning of the positive developments which we need to have.
It sounds as if it would be a very complicated process of defining who will be in charge at the end, bringing interests from so many parts of the world together if we're talking about a global pandemic.
But I fully agree, even at the country level, we found out that the health authorities, not everywhere, were equally good in addressing it. And the main characteristic is this, that although there are some renowned institutions, let's say the US, CDC, it is an institution that it is the standard of reference for the world when it comes to producing health policies in periods of peace. When it comes in periods of war, they lost, I think, their compass. And then there were multiple agencies that they thought that they can get engaged. In Germany, I think, it was way better, but still, because there are states, was not always being able to coordinate between the states to the degree that, for example, other countries that they were having more central power in terms of health authorities, they were able to do. So I think it's very important, and there's a lesson learned, that there needs to be some processes that when it comes to a pandemic, it is like if an emergency, that someone takes in charge. And this someone is already predefined. We don't discuss it during the pandemic. We know who will be.
So if you were to create a vision, who would it be? And how would the process be?
No, I think in every country it is going to be a very different answer.
But the pandemic has shown us that no country can do it alone, and no country can master such a thing as COVID on its own. So, how do we define a process that works for many people around the globe?
I think should be in every country, there should be a predefined recipe who takes over. But then in the international community, there should be a set of standard rules that should be discussed and respected. For example, open trade. What happened during the pandemic, a lot of countries closed, as I discussed, the trades. That should not happen again, because if the countries that were producing raw materials for the production of this were also closing their borders, so that will be, no one would have anything right now. That's not the solution. We need to maintain that.
How vulnerable are we? How vulnerable are we still with regards to scenarios that he just reminded us of, closing borders or?
I think there is a lot of positive learning out of this. Yeah, as you said. I mean, but I believe what really needs to be the consensus is, on the one hand, there is the nation topic, which every nation needs to define what is the crisis mechanism. And on the other hand, there needs to be a set of global rules. Yeah, and one is not to close down, to share information, but also share, to not close down borders. Yeah, for the importance of for important raw materials and so on and so on. And then, I really believe that it's important to have one global institution. Yeah, and in my opinion, it should be the World Health Organization. Yeah. Which is in charge of the knowledge exchange on that topic, including also the assessment of what level of crisis we have for which disease, and to not have competing authorities. Yeah.
You just mentioned war times. So how does the conflict in Ukraine play out for global health now?
I think there will be consequences. I think there will be indirect consequences outside Ukraine and Russia, that of course the ban and all of that will affect the health of the people. But the rest will be indirect. I don't think that the health will be affected directly because of the war, other than, as I said, those involved. But I think what could be, what I see is happening, it is that the war will take all the attention to that variable, which is for the right reasons, but then we may lose focus on the health. For example, we are here because of the B7 and because of the G7 will happen. Health needs to be maintained as a topic in the agenda, but it is extremely important to discuss. Clearly, Ukraine and the war will dominate the discussions, but should not take the entire air.
What's happening during the crisis or the conflict in Ukraine now is that many countries are confronted with imported inflation. We see fuel prices rising, we see food prices rising. What impact could that have on global health?
I mean, as I said, it's an indirect effect, but of course the money, and we heard about the 3.2% or so of loss of GDP in Senegal, the money, as in this example, which is not there anymore, will have an impact on investments, which would be very necessary on health. On the other hand, I want to turn this topic a little bit around. What is the role of healthcare, of pharma and medtech in a global crisis? And I believe that there is a special aspect for companies like we manage or lead. We are truly global. We have employees in many, many countries, partially in countries which are at war with each other. We are excluded to a large extent, for very good reasons, from the sanctions. And I think that when it comes to keeping the world together, having global companies who have a totally unsuspicious mission of fostering health is a good basis to also work from, and I think a responsibility we have in this industry.
Yeah, because what you're touching on is what we saw also in this conflict, heartbreaking scenes. The pandemic is not over yet, and then a country is struck by war, and you don't have enough oxygen tanks for the people who are suffering from COVID and these things, and it just shows us how interconnected so many aspects are. in today's world, but do you feel that, we've been talking a lot about supply chains. Do you feel that because of the current developments, supply chains need to be reorganized? And I'm thinking, how vulnerable are we in Europe, for example, with medication production, for example, in India or in China?
I mean, when it comes to medication, it's better when Albert answers.
Yeah, but I would like both of your perspectives.
So I know my limits. I think what we need to bear in mind, I mean, and I give examples of our business. When it comes to certain supercritical, super important medical equipment, whether it's cath labs or MRI scanners or CT scanners or linear accelerators in radiation oncology. These are small, serious production businesses. We are global market leader by producing 1,000 to 3,000 of them per year. Of each of these categories. That means it is completely unsustainable to believe that each country can do this by themselves. We need, so to say, and it comes to scaling the new, we need the world market to recover the investment in R&D and to keep a production. You don't develop a business to then sell 50 of these units. So a nationalization of a supply chain is, in this business, complete economic nonsense. Is it better, of course, and are we also working on being less dependent on single source situations, be it other companies or be it certain geographies? Yes, but a complete nationalization will simply not work and would be a big negative on innovation in healthcare and would basically make healthcare much less affordable than it is today.
What is Pfizer's strategic approach when it comes to supply chains and bringing in geopolitics and geoeconomics more into the company's strategy?
First of all, we believe in globalization, and we believe that supply chains should maintain open, and that's the best way to operate. But the realities are hitting. For example, there was a reason why, together with our partner, BioNTech, because Pfizer in the vaccine, we did everything with BioNTech, the best partner we could ever dream, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the partnership of the two of us. We knew that it is very sensitive, so we decided to do two separate supply chains, one in the US and one in Europe, so that we will be able to provide, let's say, independence. The same is with everything we do right now. We have quite good independence from, let's say, places like China or India in terms of drug substances, because we know that those two countries are higher risk if something happens to close their borders. China, there is a lot of tension, so there always could be an opportunity to retaliate for something. And India was the country that did that with COVID. Actually, they blocked the entire world by shutting down completely. And there is, in medicines in general, a dependency from those two countries in terms of raw materials. So I know that there is a lot of deliberations in EU level, for example, and I know in the German government as well, how some of this independence can be also achieved. So just in case you will not be dependent on raw materials that are not made in friendly country soil, let's say.
So let me ask you the same question I asked the CEO of Schaeffler earlier. How much flexibility do you have within your supply chain to just substitute the raw materials you need, and where do you find them?
If you are asking about COVID, full flexibility. Actually, part of the agreements with the EU was, when we did the very big agreement to supply doses to the EU, was that we need to ensure that all production and all raw material production is happening in European soil. So we built all the infrastructure from scratch when it wasn't existing, so that we have full independence. And in addition to that, we have in the US an additional channel, so if something goes wrong, and of course we have a network of suppliers. So when it comes to COVID, we have full independence, particularly in the EU. Also, don't forget, the treatment is produced in Germany. for the world, right? So, but when it comes to other medicines, clearly there are interdependencies from one country to another.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, because we're also talking about, access, global access to healthcare. You have started an initiative in Davos that was actually mentioned and taken public, the Accord for a Healthier World. What exactly is your vision, and what are you trying to achieve, and who is supporting you?
Yeah. 2019, we set a goal with our leadership team that we will reduce by year 2023 by 50% the population in the world that they cannot afford our medicines. Mm-hmm. And what we did in Davos 3 weeks ago, we announced that we will offer all our patent-protected medicines, all medicines or vaccines, at cost, and we define cost to manufacture and to send. We are not loading this cost with administrative or research or legal expenses, to 1.2 billion people living in the 45 poorest countries of the world. How the countries were selected, it's all 27 countries that they are in the low-income category of the World Bank, plus 18 countries that graduated from the low income in the last 10 years, and they went to higher income. So for them, we are going to give it all the medicines at cost. Now, we know from pandemic that that will not be enough. I'm afraid those medicines, we are speaking about breast cancer medicines, for example, the most prescribed breast cancer medicine in the Western world. They don't diagnose breast cancer in Africa, unfortunately, to the degree that they could. Mm-hmm. So the same happened with the vaccine. The vaccines are right now available, hundreds of millions of doses, available not at cost, free. European Union is trying to donate doses. The America is trying to donate doses. They cannot find recipients because they are lacking basic infrastructure to set a tent and the vaccination campaign. It's something that is given in our countries, over there is not. So that's why, as part of the accord, we selected 5 countries. Actually, Senegal, the minister was here, is one of them. Rwanda is the other one, Uganda, Malawi, and Ghana. That we will work with them to try to understand what would it take to develop their system so that they can utilize those medicines and then learn from that for the remaining of the world.
So that brings me...
Thank you.
Brings me back to the quote from the B7 summit, business is not in business just for business any longer. We need a more holistic approach. As a journalist, I'm asking you, would you be willing to share the amount of profit you are not considering because of this action?
This is what we did.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for profit. So let's put it this way. How much money are you basically donating?
Right now, I'm afraid very little, because they will not take the products. And in all essence, in all honesty, I don't think that we could even sell the products. We have over there a market that is only private. So it's a small only for the affluents. This market we will lose. But in the overall scheme of Pfizer, it's a very small cost for us to pay. Where, if we want to be, if we want to measure the success of that, not with the announcement, but if we reduce mortality, for example, in Senegal, we need to make sure that these products are used, and for that we will need money. I don't think alone a company like us can upgrade the healthcare system of 45 countries. But if we work together with WHO, and if we work together with other institutions, with the Gates Foundation, and with Doctors Without Borders, and everyone who has goodwill to create an infrastructure there, we can change everything. That will require money, and we are willing to pay that money.
So since we're having an honest discussion, I do want to take in a different perspective, and I know you probably won't like this perspective, but I do want to hear your take on it.
It's the story of my life. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can imagine. There are some critics who say you will be acting as a gatekeeper by doing this. What do you tell those critics?
Explain me, gatekeeper?
Yeah, as a gatekeeper to the markets that you are doing this with.
I don't understand the concept.
That you will basically enhance your position on the market and decide what will happen there.
No, I think we are giving our products at cost if they want them and if their physicians prescribe them. What I'm afraid it is that those are the same products that are used in Germany, in France, in America, in Japan, and they are not used there for a reason, because they cannot afford them. And now we are taking away the equation that they cannot afford them. I'm afraid that once you take out the spotlight from they cannot afford it, another area will appear that they don't have the infrastructure to use them, because no one will diagnose a heart condition so that they can give the best medicines that it is available right now. And I think that will move the spotlight to the real problems of health inequity, which right now is creating very different measures for them.
Absolutely, and we're excited to see where this accord takes you and how it will play out in those countries. Coming back to the issue, access to global health and economic prosperity, what role is geopolitics and geoeconomics playing right now for global healthcare access, and how important is global healthcare for economic prosperity?
So, as one philosophical comment, I believe economic prosperity is important for healthcare. Yeah. So, I mean, to some extent, healthcare is a super important economic factor. Yeah. I mean, it is sometimes, when we have the cost debate about, it's 10% of GDP, or in the US 18% or so, it also shows it is 10% of GDP, or maybe in Germany 7 or 8. Yeah. So it is a huge economic factor. But my initial comment is just, let's don't switch things around. Healthcare is being healthy is a super important value, and maybe sometimes more important than being rich. Yeah? So from that point of view,
privilege.
We should not forget that. Yeah. But I also believe, and this is now from a TDI perspective, what we, from a German point of view, should not forget is how important the healthcare industry is and can be in this country. Yeah, so as far as I know, the so-called industrielle Gesundheitswirtschaft, so the industrial part of healthcare, which is not the providers, not the hospitals and so on, is 800,000 jobs. Yeah, so this compares quite well with the automotive industry and so on and so on. And I think it is a very future-oriented industry. It fits very, very well to the country, to the skills of the country. There's not much dependence on raw material and so on and so on. It fits to our strength. And and I think it is important that we have that on the agenda also when we think about what is the path Germany is on. Yeah, sorry for that national commercial break. Yeah, but I also believe, that when it comes to the global aspect of global collaboration, healthcare and the medtech and the pharma industries can really be beacons of leading the way.
Unfortunately, we don't have much time left, but as you touched on the future, I would like to take a look into the future with you and into new technologies and their role for global healthcare and global access to healthcare. What role could the metaverse, for example, play when it comes to equitable global healthcare?
It's a paramount role. I think right now, when it comes to medical innovation, I truly believe we are about to live a scientific renaissance. We are going to see solutions to medical problems that for decades science was trying to find and they couldn't. The reason is not only advancements in biology, but even more important, advancements also in technology. And those two together, AI, for example, are creating synergistic effects that will give us solutions that will help not only the health, but also the economic life of this country.
So I can't let both of you go, as the pandemic is still a huge issue for us, to get your perspective on how it will continue to play out. Last question, the COVID pandemic. How will it play out, health-wise and economically?
How?
Health-wise and economically, how will it develop?
I think, health-wise, we've seen the worst. Yeah, and I think we have seen the learnings, and I think we can now say, yeah, that we are beginning to see a world which benefits from having lived through this crisis. Yeah, I'm not saying we are there yet, but I think we are beginning to see this world.
I think people are asking if the virus will disappear. It is extremely unlikely. The virus will be with us for many years. Mm-hmm. However, the right question it is if the pandemic, not the pandemic is over, but if we can get our lives back. I think we can. Mm. I think we have right now medical solutions, vaccines, treatments, other, that even without having social distancing measures, mm-hmm. we can live our lives going forward. But we should not relax, mm-hmm. because what we see right now will be constant waves, and some of them could be more virulent than some others. So we should maintain very sharp focus on what needs to be done if a wave like that is happening.
We should not be too complacent.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. Dr. Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, and Dr. Bernd Montag, CEO of Siemens Healthineers. Thank you very much.
Wollen wir hier?
Natürlich.
Also tatsächlich sowas wie gute Nachrichten gerade, ne? Also
something like good.
Wir haben was draus gelernt, auch wenn Sie noch.
So this was good news, really. You know, we've learned something from it, even if it isn't behind us completely. Lots of optimism, so that's not bad. But still, we have to watch carefully and be alert. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. There's lots more that's ahead of us. And then tomorrow, we've got the Day of German Industries as well. But I was just looking around what our rain radar is doing. At 8 p.m. German time, it's meant to rain, but not yet. So we can meet on the terrace and have a bit of a get-together and a little bit of something to eat. We've missed that kind of socializing, haven't we? Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.